You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
All right. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
How's it going, man?
It's going.
I'm just tweeting this out. If you guys can give it a little retweet, that would be appreciated. Bam, 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 bam. What's going on, man? How was the meetup? I know. I just asked you this offline, but let's do it again. Let's do it again.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was smaller. It's kind of like going to like a bit devs at PubKey kind of size.
Okay.
But it was good. It was mostly Bitcoiners. But they all like Monero for the most part.
That's good to hear. So like the maximalism is like Monero has fully edged its way in to the Bitcoin crowd.
I mean, I think a lot of them have liked it for a long time, but now it's just
want
like
to be vocal about it. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's a little more like, okay, yeah, it's kind of hard to ignore it,
What do they say about Zcash versus Monero? Was there any discussions like that?
I didn't really talk to anyone about Zcash there in particular.
Okay,
it is a Bitcoin focused conference. So it is mostly like on topic Bitcoin stuff, but it's not like they're gonna kick you out.
It was a conference. It was like a meetup.
Sorry, it was
right?
it was a meetup. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's a meetup.
And then what kind of talks? Was there a Monero related talk or?
Oh yeah. The host talked about he shouted out Monerotopia and XMR Bazaar and stuff. So that kind of gives you like an idea of like, oh yeah, it's like you could talk about that there. It's not like a super Bitcoin maxi. There's a lot of I guess you could say Bitcoin maxis there, but they like Monero. Like, I mean, it's like a little brother to Bitcoin at this point. So,
and it was Frank from WebWipe.
Yes, Frank from WebWipe. Yep, correct.
Sweet. I do see we have Bawdy now, so maybe we'll have him do the price report well, not necessarily real quick. I don't know. This is a big week for price, but dude, it's like we round tripped it here. No, I think Monero's still holding relatively strong.
It's still up like 50%.
Yeah. I mean, we'll get into it, but it certainly crossed my mind at one point that this was another. Somebody hacked and was moving funds into Monero, like what we saw in the early spring when we popped up from, I don't remember, it was like we went from like 300 to like 450 in like 2 hours. It ended up that
was
somebody,
intense.
somebody was hacked and moving funds into Monero, their stolen funds. Apparently, that's the same thing that happened this week, which makes a lot of sense. But I definitely think, I see some people trying to spin that as like, that's the only reason the price went up. Like, yeah, but it's still an amazing indication.
Well, I wouldn't even say that's true, because after a certain period, you see all of crypto Twitter suddenly starts piling on this thing, and suddenly there's a lot of actual individuals across the industry that are now longing Monero.
Right. That's exactly
that highest point.
The point I'm trying to make, right? Like so that was the like, yes, somebody did try to exchange many millions of dollars worth of Litecoin and Bitcoin into Monero using instant exchanges, and obviously ran up the price. But it also instantly brought real world exposure to Monero, reminding everybody what Monero is. And then even aftermath, right? Like people looking at this, it's like, oh, okay. The guy who did the hack, he didn't move it into Zcash. He moved it into Monero, right? Same thing we saw in early spring. So that's very bullish to me, right? That Monero is the coin of choice that people want to ultimately end up in when they want clean crypto. For better or worse, right? No matter who it is, whether it's a criminal or just a regular Joe, Monero is a tool that's utilized for those purposes. So I think, yeah, price is probably going to come down a little bit because I don't know. Maybe the washing isn't even over. I mean, there might be. I don't know if Bawdy has insight into that. I guess we'll hear. There might be more.
I mean, I think where it is right now, that is the price coming down a bit. And I mean, potentially it could go a little bit lower, but I think it lined up perfect timing because it looked like it was getting ready to break out of its all-time high.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah.
I'm sure Bawdy has a lot of things to say about that.
So weird how things work like that, right? Like it's like kind of like a black or white swan event, I guess, for Monero, but it just happens to happen at the time when these things are supposed to break out anyway.
And even when the one happened earlier this year, even though it did come down a bit after the event, it still maintained this upward trajectory. It kind of helped it reach some new ground that hadn't been reached in a long time. And while we obviously don't condone stealing money, it's an unfortunate situation. It is kind of vindicating in the sense for Monero that, oh yeah, that's what he moved most of the money to. He also bridged quite a lot of it to Bitcoin and Ethereum using Thorchain. Or sorry, some of the Bitcoin to Litecoin and Ethereum through Thorchain as well. But the bulk of it looked like he tried to get around $100 million to squeeze it into Monero. But because of the lack of liquidity, he had to revert to some other choices as well. But it looks like if he could have, he probably would have just made it all go to Monero. So
amazing, incredible. Yeah, and it just led to a lot of exposure. Everybody talking about Monero this week. So all good things. I even had somebody from Bloomberg reach out to me. They wanted to talk about privacy coins.
Wow. Yeah, get some
Why?
big wigs.
Because Monero is pumping. We'll see what comes of that. Yeah, I spoke to the guy. It was just like he's like writing up an article. But these journalists, man, they ask like these pointed questions and like it's just like, and they have like very limited time, and they're like, okay, goodbye, that's it. I was like, all right, there's a lot more to talk about. So we'll see what he grabs from that conversation. He was asking like, is it just a tool used but for criminals? I'm like, what? I was like, I thought we've gotten beyond that. Like that's still the conversation like that's being had. Okay. So yeah, let me quickly shill Monerotopia things. Another thing that's really heating up, and I would say also because of the price pump. I mean, I had a lot of people reaching out to me this week, like, "Hey, I want to participate in Monerotopia. Hey, we're coming down. Hey," so we're kind of maybe at max capacity in terms of speakers. I would say. I mean, we always try to fit people in, but we have a huge list of speakers now. They're not even all up here yet. So it's going to be, it's gonna be banging. Thank you to Cake Wallet and Edge, of course, for being the Mage Stage sponsors. And yeah, you guys could just scroll through. They're in no particular order. No offense to Tux, because Tux is our number one speaker. But we have we got a lot of other bigwigs that are coming in. Nick Spanos reached out to me. He wants to be a speaker. Apparently, he was at Monerotopia last year. I was so busy I didn't even realize it. Like
he
Nick
was,
Spanos
he came to the Graphene OS workshop I did.
Amazing. So he'll be a speaker this year. We got the Litecoin Mimble Wimble guy. Who do we have new that I added? We got this guy Vit from Liberland. We have Freeman Slaughtered. He's from CypherStack. Dr. K from the Quai Network, he's going to be speaking. So Quai, I haven't added them yet, but Quai Network is now a privacy tech sponsor. Dash is now officially a privacy tech project that's involved. Obviously, we have Pirate, we have Firo, we have Litecoin Mimble Wimble. In terms of privacy tech projects, I feel like I'm leaving somebody out. Oh, Beldex. I don't know if you've ever heard of Beldex. They've been around for a while. They're another privacy coin. They're doing there's some I believe Monero devs that are working on that project. It's kind of it is an OG privacy coin you just don't really hear much about. So curious to see what they have to come to say. They reached out to us. They were very excited about it. They really wanted to participate this year. I think they may like have some like quantum resistant things that's a component of what they do. So very curious to hear from them. So yeah, guys, we are fully stacked. I'll be adding more speakers. In terms of Spanish talks, we have, I think, 6 at this point. We only are showing Alessandro, but we got to put up the rest of them. We have 6 Spanish talks. Those are going to all happen on the first part of Saturday. That'll kind of be the Spanish component of the conference. And yeah, I'm probably leaving out a lot of names just because I don't have on the top of my head, but there's more coming to this list. And it's going to be awesome. We have the Eigenwallet guys. Very excited for that. We have Ray Youssef. He was there last year. We have Daniel from PirateChain. Actually, he's going to be jumping up on stage in a moment. I think we're going to have Bawdy do the price report first, and then we'll have Daniel. He'll come. He'll talk about PirateChain a little bit, talk about their participation in Monerotopia, and something else that we may end up talking about during that conversation as well. We have Shop'nBit. Shop'nBit is the official travel partner of Monerotopia, so you could not only live off Monero at the conference, at the bazaar, but you could actually buy your plane tickets and get your hotel with Monero via Shop'nBit. They have a discount code for all of us, Monerotopia, that you can use. And yeah, then we have all our Adoption Alley sponsors, and we'll be adding more as we go here as well. So super excited, guys. We have a bunch of workshops that we're adding. NIM reached out. They want to participate. We'll add them as well. It's just going to be jam-packed. It's going to be really good. 4 days of nonstop action like the ones we've had in the past, except this one will be the biggest one yet. So very excited for that. Just figure out how to get on down to Mexico, and you can make the rest work after that. Get to Mexico City. It's in the Roma district of Mexico City. Grab a hotel. There's expensive hotels. There's super cheap hotels. Just search around the Roma district of Mexico City. There's plenty of Airbnbs. You could jump in the Monerotopia Telegram, and you could talk to other people there. You could probably find people that you might want to share a room with if you're really trying to do it on a budget. And yeah, just make your way down. You won't be disappointed. If you're into Monero, if you're into digital cash, if you're into privacy coins, if you're into opting out, Monerotopia is definitely the place to be. Anon tipped 0.001 XMR. No Rumble today. I don't know. Tux, were we able to make that go live? It's kind of a pain in the ass. We have to like.
Yeah, I set it up. Let me check the StreamYard settings. Maybe there's something that get pushed from that side.
Okay, guys, yeah, please send your XMR chats to xmrchat.com/MoneroTalk as usual. Oh, I guess I will. I'll announce it now. So we're going to. In the past, we've done the virtual conference. We've sold tickets for the virtual conference, and this has always been a great way to earn some extra money for the conference, and we've done well with that. Anarcho has helped us out with selling tickets to their people. This year, thanks to all the participation, all the sponsors, particularly Beldex that reached out in the end, kind of pushed us over the top, we are making it free. So obviously we always release the talks eventually. You know, any talks that we did at the conference eventually get released, but now we're just going to live stream it all during, at the time of the conference. So you can tune in live. You don't have to buy a virtual conference ticket. Thanks to all our generous sponsors, all the projects that are participating, particularly Beldex that put us over the edge for that. And so, yeah, that's good news. So anybody that's asking virtual conference ticket, you won't need a ticket. We'll just stream it all live. So yay, that's awesome. I would say if you can make it down in person, even better, obviously. But for those that can't make it, you can watch at home. It'll be almost like 12 hours a day for 4 days. You could sit back, watch it all. You could XMRChat. It'll be easier for us to do the XMRChat streams because it'll all be live streams. So you could ask your questions via XMRChat, and we'll try to bring them up to the speakers during Q&A. So very excited about that as well. Without further ado, because I don't want to make Daniel wait too long, originally we were gonna have him come up before Bawdy, but now we'll have Bawdy come up. Let's do price report, and then we'll bring Daniel from PirateChain up after.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
GM, guys.
GM, buddy.
Good morning.
Congratulations.
There's a new.
Gains.
What's that?
I said congratulations on your gains. Everybody.
Oh yeah. I mean, obviously, I didn't cash in on those gains, but it was, my Monero didn't necessarily go up, but my fiat value in Monero went up.
I don't know how you could cash in on gains when you're already in digital cash.
Right,
already.
it's the bottom of the rabbit hole. Nowhere else to go. But yeah, Bawdy, tell us what the hell happened this week. It was a crazy roller coaster week. I think a lot of us were just watching in awe.
Man. I don't need to tell you.
Monero not doing anything. Obviously, you've been predicting for quite some time that it's going to be breaking out. But wow, did it really break out?
I mean, Tux really. I mean, honestly, I don't even need to give the price report. Tux fucking nailed it. He hit like 1, 2, 3. There was like 3 or 4 things I would have said about it, and Tux just nailed it. So, yeah, I mean, pretty much 100% agree with what Tux said there. Yeah, there was the hack, I guess. There is. I haven't seen it too much on Twitter, but I guess there is a speculation, and I would speculate too. Like, does the quote unquote cabal wait for like little hacky things to happen, and then they can be like, oh, see, look, the price pumped because of a hack? Maybe. I don't know. Like, but regardless.
Yeah, but I don't even see the negative spin on that. It's like they hacked and they moved it into Monero. Isn't that's like super bullish?
Well, I mean, thought of this yesterday. Given this is the second time this has happened, and it within a year, buying Monero is basically like an inverse insurance. You're betting on criminals doing stuff with it. It's like a reverse insurance, right?
Yeah, these are inevitably.
I'm not sure that's our best marketing tech.
No, it's not, but it was a funny thought.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, and I haven't seen too much negative press on it either, but that it exists. Like, that there is negative press about it. There seemed to be more negative press the last time this happened. So that was right here. This pump right there was the last hack that Zach.
Yeah, but what is the negative? How is it like? What is even the negative spin? I don't get it. Like, what's
you're the one that does the political stuff sometimes. Like,
I guess the overall connotation of like, oh, Monero's getting all this attention, and now after all this attention it got, now it comes out, oh, it's because somebody's laundering money with it, right? That's how it could be spinned.
I mean, when I spoke to. Like, I mean, I think you guys have heard me for the last 10 years, the way I talk about Monero, right? The fact that it is adopted on dark markets is a positive sign, not a negative one.
Well, no, I mean, truly, that I agree with you, but you can see how that would appear to be a negativism for certain people, right?
In this case, I mean, it is likely that someone had
their money stolen. I just think we're beyond that, right? Like, people are going to say, but like, anybody who knows anything about crypto that's not a complete noob,
it speaks for itself for anyone that
value that
matters, right?
Yeah,
like anyone that knows anything, it speaks for itself,
right? They're not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's some stuffy old political assholes that that are going to be like the regulators, right? Oh, you've got to delist it. Okay, good, thank you. Finally,
we got to delist it more. Like, yeah, I don't know.
I'm a delisting maximalist.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think overall it's certainly bullish, and I think it's just getting hard at at some point to put a negative spin on it, because what can you do? There's no, like, what is the option? Like, so they're going to try to now ban it from instant exchanges so that when people do obtain it, do obtain funds illegally, they can't easily move it into Monero. I mean, we're building decentralized exchanges. There's nothing they can do at this point. And the fact is, when people obtain a crypto that's not fungible and they want it to become fungible, they move it into Monero. It's like there's example after example, and this was just the latest one. But yeah, what does it mean though? I mean, like, what in terms of the charts, right? Because obviously this wasn't anticipated. You anticipated a breakout, but the breakout happened because of this white swan event. So is it like still then how did the charts then respond to that? Like, did it break structure? I mean, what is it, what does that all mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a lot to be said about that. There's a number of ways, a number of angles to analyze that.
So yeah, let us know, man.
All right, well, I guess I'll just jump right into it then. I think if you really want to ask the question of what does this hack mean in terms of the price, in terms of long-term action, and the kinds of things we might expect in the future, maybe the best thing to do is look at the last hack, right? It was only like 9 months ago. And here's what happened, right? We had the last hack, and you know, this one, the hack that happened previously, that one was more suspicious to me because it broke out at exactly the time that we said things were going to break out. Because for a long time, I remember, we spent like a year, maybe 2 years, just joking about our stablecoin price. And that's, I mean, that's basically what we had. And so it happened that we kind of came up against this level. This wick right here, that was the mini crash in April. And if you remember at the time, we had that wick down and immediately came back in price. Monero recovered faster than everything else in terms of that mini crash. And then it immediately started pushing up against this same level. And that was kind of the moment where I said, oh shit, wait, this is the time for Monero to break out now. Like, this is the time to truly expect that. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. And it just so happened to correspond to a big dirty hack. And that big dirty hack was kind of popularized across the Twitter space. It was still, we haven't seen the kind of negativism. We still see it. Like, I still see the negatives, like especially the Zcash guys. They're still out there trying to like spin this as a negativism. And in reality, they're going to lose that argument because, Doug, you're right. It is overall, it's a positive, especially if we just want to say, hey, number go up. If we want to talk moonboyism, this hack, these two hacks are unequivocally positive, and you need to front run the hackers, basically. And the only way to do that, or take insurance, as Tux said it, you got to front run these hackers, take that insurance, and you got to get into Monero if you want to get that degen moonboy, dollar signs in your eyes. Which I thought was kind of funny because Monero Maverick was like, he actually took the opposite side. Like, this is bad for Monero, and he had kind of a long post about it, and I was like, that's interesting. Why wouldn't Mr. Maverick spin this in the positive light? Isn't that like his isn't that his thing? Anyways, doesn't matter.
But no, his thing is to attack whoever the main Monero people are, right? So to try to make them look bad, right? So if everybody's like, "Oh yeah, we're celebrating price," and he's like, "Oh, you're not a true Monero person because you like the dude, he's a schmuck. He's a schmuck. This is an interesting take. Quadrio, I cannot pronounce this guy's name. Quadrio Chalata, a hack for 250 mil to a phishing email. Sounds so true. It definitely isn't a boating accident. Like, yeah, I mean, this guy, this OG who had like how many, like 2 million Litecoins sitting on one wallet, right? He obviously got to kind of know what he's doing, right? OG, been collecting Litecoin forever. And then it got hacked because he like emailed his seed to somebody. Like, what? Maybe he just lost his, oh, look, somebody stole all my Litecoin and now it's turned into Monero and I'll never get it back. maybe.
Yeah, it's also that's an interesting. I mean,
that's an actually interesting.
There's so many. That's why I say like it's it's dubious to be like, well, the cabal is trying to do X, Y, or Z. It's dubious to be like, well, he got a boating accident. We just don't know, and we probably never will know. But that's also kind of the point of Monero, right? It's going to be hard for anyone to actually trace this down.
That's a pretty good theory, though. It's like more believable than this OG sending his private seed in a freaking email to somebody. Like, what?
Well, maybe he's like that guy that the guy with a new account that bought all his followers and said he got his atomic wallet hacked recently, but it was $500,000, but it was just chump change to him. So maybe this 250 mil was just chump change to whoever this boating accident,
Yeah.
Who knows, right? I mean, 250 mil is not chump change even to billionaires. So, that's
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you wouldn't send your seed phrase over email with 250 mil. That's, I don't know. I haven't really looked into the story and what people are claiming. I automatically take skepticism at a baseline, if not suspicion, when it comes to stuff like this. And especially when you're talking about this much money, to me, that's the position you have to take. You have to be skeptical of whatever story is put out there on the social media. Skeptical and sometimes to the point of doubting, right? But it doesn't matter. Like, like you kind of said it earlier. You're like, what does the chart say? How does this impact the chart? What does this look long term, et cetera, et cetera? And the simple reality was, the price broke out here from a hack, whatever. Again, it was weird because it was like, well, this is exactly the moment you expect to break out. You say, hey, if this wick can't do it on the mini crash in April, and then you immediately come to the upside, this shit's ready to go. And then it just so happened that a hack was the thing that did it. Okay, whatever, something was going to do it. And then right here, same exact story. We've been talking for weeks now that this is a positive chart. This is bullish momentum. We don't know exactly when the chart's going to enter price discovery mode, but we know that it's very likely to happen. This is, again, charts make certain patterns for similar reasons. And so when you see these kinds of patterns popping up, it's basically, yeah, the people are interested. There's organic money going into Monero. There's organic interest. You can see it on social media. You can see the growing, the growing kind of user base. We're seeing a whole bunch of people from, just from the crypto sphere, like that crypto T girl. And now she's all into Monero. She's posting about Monero all the time. So that's great. And then, Tux goes to these like Bitcoin meetups and they're all like, yeah, Bitcoin. But Monero's pretty cool too. Tell us about XMR Bazaar. So you just see it everywhere, right? It's very clear. The signs are very clear. And I know anecdotal fallacy and all, but there is value in anecdotes as long as you understand their limitations. So what are we looking at right here now? So we've taken a look at the previous thing. We had this big spike up. Okay, it came back down. And what happened here? You had the big spike and it had to sort of retest that place that it broke out, right? They talk about revisiting the scene of the crime. If you listen to that Gareth Soloway guy, that's a funny way to say it. Because in this case, it actually is the scene of the crime, apparently, maybe, whether it was a real boating accident or a fake boating accident or actually a real crime. Someone's going to call it a crime. Some Fed boy out there is going to cry to some judge about it being a crime. And here it is. You had to retest that scene of the crime. And probably, guys, it looks like we're going to have to do the same here. Now, where's that breakout level? Do we have to retest here? Do we have to retest here? I don't know. I would just tell you that this is probably the zone, right? That's probably the zone where you need to. And here's another thing too. I was starting to get slightly concerned that we would just go from 800 to 1,000 to like 1,100, 1,200 to have some stupid blow off and then just come right back down. I would much rather test 500, 600. I'd rather test this area that I circled in white. I would rather test that now and have nice established floor and make everybody out there, all the degens and all the traders and all the swing traders and all, just the whole, gelatinous mass of investors and buyers, etc. I would rather have them look at this chart and be like, yeah, that was a nice spike. That looks like there's a lot of positive. Okay, it's finding support here. And then it starts moving up again and everyone's going to be like, oh shit. Yeah, that was the support. Look, the chart still looks really nice. Let's go. When charts go up by 2x, 5x, 10x, overnight, everyone starts to get nervous. The cattle start to say, yeah, who's about to get slaughtered, right? Someone's getting slaughtered. Is it going to be me? I don't know. I'm bouncing out. And then you reverse right back down. That's not what we want. We want to see continued gains into the future. And the only way to do that is to be patient, right? So Be patient, guys. It's totally fine that we come back down and we establish some supports down here. This is what we want to see, regardless of whether it was a hack or whatever. It doesn't matter. Could have been a hack, could have been a boating accident. And like Tux said, once the price starts to go, and this chart already looked really nice, and once those candles start hitting, you get the entire rest of the ecosystem. Everybody starts piling in all those, and we saw it. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I see all these big freaking accounts with, 50,000, 100,000, 200, 250,000, the Tyler Durden, the actual Tyler Durden of Zero Hedge, who, by the way, I think is probably not that great a person. I don't know, but he wasn't treating the Monero OGs very nicely. Not just me, but like other people too. Anyways, but you get all these guys and they're piling in, and you get the bots, the bots detect the hype, and then the bots pile into the hype. They try and front run the hype. They want to be the account that's leading the revolution, right? We have all of these fucking people now in Monero that want to be leading the revolution. And it's like, guys, why don't you go follow Kayabanerv, right? Like, he's the guy that actually is making a lot of this happen. Follow the actual like developers. Why should anyone listen to you who has no technical background lead the revolution? Shut your stupid mouth and follow the guys that are actually smart, right? And that's not even me, right? That's not me. There are other guys that are like smarter. And if you want to really know about Monero, follow those guys. Stop trying to be the leader of the revolution. We don't need a leader. Anyways, we have an XMRChat here. It showed up a second ago. If you guys want to bring that back on the screen, we can read it out. I was in the middle of a rant. I'm sorry. It's trying to come up, but it didn't come up.
Is it
all right,
now?
we have Anon tipped 2 cents. Anon tipped 1 Monero. He says, my 2 cents. Whenever Monero is about to break out organically, the feds put news about how a hacker is laundering $1 grillion USD to suppress it. The source for this hack is a guy on Twitter that is apparently involved with Binance. Yeah, I do think that I'm not saying that I think that we know that for sure, but this is the same guy that was like last time that the hack happened. He might not have anything to do with it. He could just be an investigator. It was a little bit too convenient the last time that this breakout hack, the hack and the breakout, that was too convenient of the timing. This shit was about to go regardless. It was about to break above that line. This one, it didn't have to happen right now. Like this hack, the price didn't have to smash up here. It could have just as easily done a nice little peak and, sort of continued like this. Maybe it did have to happen. Maybe the people were piling into Monero. And so maybe there was some background thing that they said, let's make a hack, a quote unquote hack. And then we'll say that's the reason, and if you think that that's too petty for the cabal to do, you're wrong. The cabal is the most petty, asinine little weaselly motherfuckers you've ever met in your entire life. Just look at Kash Patel speak, or look at Christy Noem. Is that her name? The White House press secretary, or, Bawdy. Look at these people speak, and you just like, it's so disingenuous. The little tiniest little lies that they tell. Look at Hillary Clinton, right? That's the kind of people you're dealing with when we talk about the quote unquote cabal and crypto and Binance and Bitmain and their partners, right? That's the kind of people they are. They will do the stupidest little things to try and win the tiniest little advantage of a game, and they'll try and do that 100 times, 1,000 times, death by paper cut. So but that's an
extremely dangerous strategy. Like that's like the dumbest strategy ever. Like we're gonna pump Monero to make sure nobody thinks it's actually organically going up.
No, it's more that it was gonna pump, and they knew that it was gonna pump, and that they could no longer suppress that breakout. So they say, well, if it's gonna pump, let's generate a bad reason for why it pumped, which is a hacker.
Right, but then the bad reason is Monero is so useful as a tool for being fungible money that when hackers hack, they move into Monero. It backfires on them, right? It's like such a bad strategy. Well, I find it super hard to believe that like there's some diabolical people being like, all right, it's about to break out, so we're gonna make it look like a hack. All right, so it looks like a hack. And what is like anybody with an eye,
Well, look, what do the feds do?
Isn't a moron is gonna be like, all right, that just shows that Monero works as intended, right? Like I'm gonna now buy more of it.
Well, when the feds want to ban like a particular part of a gun, what do? Right? They do things that make those parts of the gun look bad, right? So then they have more justification to ban them. So potentially, I'm not saying it's the case, but potentially they could be using that as not for anyone else, but just for them as justification to further ban like privacy or privacy coins. You know.
Yeah,
I think that's what I think that's
if
what
that
the
is their
argument was
strategy,
making,
it's horrible. It's just gonna blow up in their face.
Well, you're right and you're wrong. You're looking into the future. You've got the future vision, but looking back into the past, this kind of stuff has been used to suppress Monero to good effect. In the social sense, we were here 2021. We saw the kinds of stories, the kinds of news that they put out, and it worked. Everyone said, oh, Monero's a darknet drug criminal. It's bad. I don't do drugs, and no one's going to buy it, and they're just going to ban it, and they're going to delist it. And that did work for a long time because the delisting hadn't happened. And finally, once they H-bombed us with the Binance delisting, and then Monero proved, hey, we didn't need Binance. It was actually a net negative anyways. They're still kind of using that playbook, but going into the future, it's going to be worse and worse for them. They might actually.
I mean, if these guys wanted to tank, all they would have to do is, all right, same thing. Instead of saying a hack happened, be like, we just traced Monero. That's all they would have to do. That's
maybe, and don't be surprised if
it's a lot easier to do
that
and pretend to do that than to pump Monero and then hope that it's just viewed.
Bro, that's what I'm saying though. Like, they didn't necessarily have to pump Monero. Monero was already going to pump. They might have been like, I'm just saying it's the way, it's a modus operandi that these guys do and have done, and it's the way they operate in other areas. It's 100% possible that they saw a big influx coming into their exchanges, because remember, they have total visibility on what's coming into the exchanges. They have the chain analysis. They know what the on-chain flows look like. They front run. Like, this is why
this 200 mil worth of whatever Litecoin and Bitcoin. Are you saying then that was just organically moving into Monero, or like what is that? Because that's on chain, right? They see, or we could see that happening, or I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I assume that it's actually out there, right? There's chain analysis where you could see that these coins were moving into instant exchanges and then moving into Monero. So that's just organic movement that was happening. People moving tremendous amounts of Litecoin into Monero.
No, not necessarily. I'm just saying that it's a possibility that should be in our minds. We should like, how can I put this? If you want to understand the world, you have to think multi-paradigmically. Like, you have to look at simultaneous things and say, which of these could possibly, like, is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. It's possible that they pumped the price. It's possible that someone was a genuine hack. It's possible that someone had a boating accident. I'm not trying to say the
boating accident is the most, because it actually that kind of, like, if you're going to do a boating accident, I guess you would want to time it with the breakout as well, right? Because you would maximize, returns there potentially.
No, if you wanted to have a boating accident, you would want to do it during, like, you'd want to do it when prices falling. You would want to have your boating accident right around here, or at the bottom. Yeah. So you'd want to look for the highest liquidity moments to have your boating accident, not after prices already gone up so much and it's the liquidity is as thin as possible. Yeah, I think probably the hack is still our most, like, it's still probably the highest. It's still probably a pretty high probability there. The whole point of everything I said was just, hey, the Cabal does do things like this. You have to think in that kind of way. But again, it doesn't really matter, because in the past, these kinds of tactics against Monero to frame it in that darknet evil coin kind of way, that's going to work less and less, because ultimately people, like, Monero has the reputation, and for all the same reasons that people rejected that narrative for Bitcoin back in, I don't know, it was like 2015, right around there, 2016, that narrative started being rejected. And then everyone piled into Bitcoin. Monero's at a similar point here. That narrative is going to be rejected. So, yeah, I mean, to do, if the Cabal was trying to do a hack to make, you're right. Like, that's probably a terrible strategy for them. But that does, they often do things that are bad strategies just because that's the kind of people they are. They're just blind.
And I mean, I don't think Zach himself is a bad actor at all.
No.
Every time these things have happened, he's always spoken highly of Monero, in the context of, like, yeah, I use it myself because it's that good. And I know on an account, I haven't talked to him directly, but I know someone that has, and it sounds like he likes Monero and he uses Cake Wallet. So
he likes the coin.
He likes the coin. He doesn't sound like someone that would go out of his way to attack it. But maybe, I don't know. I guess I have no further argument to make on that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just one of these things. We don't really know for sure. Zach hasn't shown himself to be. Some of these guys, they'll talk good about Monero, and then suddenly they'll start like talking trash about about some of the people in Monero. And they put these subtle jabs out there, and you're like, dude, it kind of sounds to me like you're trying to you're trying to pretend to be all about Monero while subtly denigrating it, which is another tactic that that you see people do.
I don't know why we're like zooming into this Monero situation, because that's what affects us the most. But if you look at all the work he's done a lot of exposing of a lot of like shitty parts of the crypto industry that 100% deserve to get destroyed. So he's done a lot of good work in the industry in general. Even if you don't like some of what he's done, he's very good at what he does, and he is not a stupid person at all.
The investigative work is super necessary to reveal the kinds of crap that's happening in crypto, because it's all over the place. The fraud is just rampant. And of course, we're in the golden age of fraud. It's not just crypto. But that work is like boring. You have to just pour through stupid, one address to the next, and you have to create little graphs and little special scripts and tools to help you analyze where the money is flowing. And that's I wouldn't say it's thankless work, but you're gonna go fishing for a lot of stuff that might not turn up anything, or it might be really hard to put something together. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely work that needs to be done, and we should be thankful that he's doing it. And again, like you said, he doesn't shit talk Monero. He's positive on Monero. So
it seems like he's been consistent ever since I started following him. So
yeah, I wouldn't like roll him. Like if there was some nefarious like thing behind this, whatever, like I wouldn't roll him into that probably. So that might be the place that I might maybe disagree with Anon. But is he involved with Binance? I don't know. Whatever. I don't want to do guilt by association, but that's also a relevant factor. Anyways, let's move on. Shortwave gave us an XMRChat as well. Shortwave tipped a 1/10 of a Monero, and he says a hacker donated to entire Monero community via slippage. We all benefit from hack. I like maybe I should have read that in a Russian accent, since you lacked any articles like the. Anyways, yeah, we all benefit from hack. I agree. This, like, what does that do? It cleans out the liquidity that was that was here at the sort of like, are we going to make the all-time high? Are we going to do it? Are we going to get there? And then it just cleans that liquidity out. It depends on if the hacker wants to totally stay in Monero, right? That's a question. Is he just going to move everything out? That seems retarded at this point, but it has taken hackers like 6 years. They have all been retarded because it took them 6 years to realize that they needed to hack and immediately come into Monero and then just chill for like a period of time.
Stay, for a while. Slowly trickle it out over time.
Like, how could you be a hacker and look at this chart and think to yourself, I know I'm gonna lose like half my cash getting into and out of Monero so that I can like
literally getting in and out, you're like losing like so much of that money. It's crazy.
Not only are you losing the money, but you're losing the privacy. Like, you're leaving a footprint because of amounts, both amounts, and because of the rings of 16, right? We don't have the full chain membership proofs yet. Like, he's very likely leaving signatures that could lead back to him, especially if he immediately deposits that onto an exchange. So hopefully hopefully for us, he's smart enough to stay in Monero. But we'll see. It's hard to believe that he wouldn't at least keep something in Monero. And this is going to continue, guys. Like, this is like, if nothing else, this kind of thing is going to continue because the hackers now figured it out. They got it. Like, if you steal something, if you just hang out on chain, you're either going to get caught or your funds are going to get frozen if you stole, Tether, USDC, or whatever. So you got to fucking get into as much as you can into a privacy coin, the privacy coin. And this is just going to, like, the market cap is going to more and more integrate these kinds of things. So yeah, I mean, does that mean that we have to go up right now? I don't know. But again, from a charting perspective, from what appeals to the traders and the degens out there, the thing that you want to see, as we said, you want to actually establish this as a support. Ideally, let's go back to the weekly. Ideally, what you do, like the most bullish scenario here. So you got this chart right here. You got this line right here. And let's zoom back in now. We're on the top side of that line, and truly anything above this line right here, right, this level, anything above that is price discovery. Last week I said, maybe we'll get into here for some period of time, and then we'll break that, and then we'll be in price discovery, but we just did it all at once, right? So right now the most bullish scenario would be to stay above this line, right? This is now becomes like the new bull market sort of support zone, and that could send us pretty easily, that could send us to 2000. That wouldn't be like an unreasonable target to have for Monero. So let's take a look at some stats. Let's add my statistics summary. So I'll give you a little thing that I look at trying to understand where might Monero top out. This didn't work for gold because gold broke all my models because there are fundamental things happening in the monetary and global power order. But this purple line has worked quite well in the past, and maybe I'll show you that a little bit as we go on here. So this purple line currently sits at about 1900, but it's an acceleration metric. So when price gets going, when price starts moving up, this purple line will start slowly curling up. So depending on how far in the future it takes for Monero to find some, I don't know, new interim high, that purple line will curve up. So I don't know, 2000 wouldn't be an unreasonable target, to sort of eyeball. And again, you always got to play it by ear in the moment. We did that with gold. We hit my purple line, and I was like, yeah, that's my statistical level, but looking at everything else, couldn't really see anything else I wanted to buy. So we just sat tight in gold, said, all right, let's just hang out here. Maybe it's a mistake. I don't know. So that's what I mean by play it by ear. You got to really you got to stop and ask yourself, well, is it the right, is it the right decision to sell here? Is it the right decision to take my Monero and buy gold, for example, or buy some property? So that's another thing, guys. When it comes time that you got life-changing gains and you're like, I have to sell, and like, okay, I'm not going to fault you for quote unquote selling your Monero. That could be buying, if you're using Monero to buy gift cards, you're selling your Monero. And no one's going to fault you for that. You have to live, you got to eat, you need your Amazon packages, you got to get your Airbnb, your hotel for Monerotopia, right? You got to spend some money. Anyways, but I would say that if it's at a point that you got life-changing money, try to roll that into something useful, right? Buy a property with it. Go buy a classic.
Buy a gas station in Mexico on XMR Bazaar.
Yeah, exactly. Buy a classic car to go with your gas station. Some like old gas guzzling classic car that's going to go up in value, right? Like Ferris Bueller's Day Off. You polish it with a baby diaper and you never drive it, and you keep it in your glass house in the forest. That could be an investment too. People buy Rolexes all the time. Anyways, moving on. Okay, XMRBTC is hitting the bluish bands, our upper standard deviation bands. Okay, when you have a fundamental event like a hack that drives price up like that, you can violate statistical levels quite easily. So again, I always want to caution you guys against using too much TA and diving off the deep end too hard on the on the stats and all that, because inevitably someone out there in Twitter is going to totally misrepresent. As I'm cautioning you guys here, I see it all. I don't know why Twitter's got to be such a cesspool sometimes, but some people out there, they just have to have something to tell you. They just have to be like, yeah, well, that's just a model, bro, and models break all the time. I'm like, oh my god, do you even understand? Have you ever studied statistics? No, shut up. I try to warn people. Anyways, these blue bands are the statistical spot. You would say, hey, that's a pause point. I don't know if it's going to be a pause point, guys. Monero's got so much momentum. We could end up going straight to the top of these blue bands up here. The place that will make me feel more comfortable is this horizontal line that I just dropped. So this was the spot that during the bear market, and even as the bull market looked like it was, like it wanted to. Well, no, actually, I take that back. This was the bear market, and then this was actually the very end of the bear market. It was literally as Monero versus Bitcoin dropped. That was the end of the bear market as Bitcoin started pumping. So Monero performed very well, right? We got back up to 0.01, which is 1% of Bitcoin's price. Monero recovered to that level, and then the bull market started again. And then Monero did the thing that happens in bull markets where they pump everything else fraudulently, but they don't pump Monero for obvious reasons, So getting past that level, getting past that 1% of Bitcoin's price, and because the supplies are about the same, it's also about 1% of Bitcoin's market cap. Getting past this level right here is a really like psychologically crucial point, I guess, for both for me and for probably the market in general. So right now, we're probably still some ways out from that. We're probably at least weeks, if not months away from that. Who knows? Maybe some new big hack will happen, and then the next wave into Monero will come. And at some point, some hacker's going to come into Monero and just stay. Right? They're just going to drop $250 million of liquidity into Monero, and they're not gonna leave. It could even be the case. I don't know. I haven't looked at any of the chain analysis or any of like the what people are saying about what happened. I don't know. Maybe the guy did drop 250 and then stayed, and maybe this pullback was just the speculators, right, that piled in on this thing, and they're all taking profits, right? Maybe that's the pullback that happened there. Who knows? The other thing that's crucial, I think, on this chart that we should point out is this line right here. In fact, let me drop a few of them so that it's very clear to you guys. So that thick area of line that I just drew, you'll notice that has been a significant spot for the Monero chart for a very long time. When Monero launched, this was the place that it found resistance against versus BTC. It found resistance against Bitcoin early on in its history and then pivoted out of that and skyrocketed. And you'll notice that's a very similar thing that just happened. This was our resistance here for a long time. And we pointed this out, and also Arctic Mind pointed this out a few weeks ago on the show. And look what happened. Again, kind of same idea. After breaking that, after tagging it a couple times, right, you break that and it violently comes towards the upside. There's a very good chance that this is just not done. There's a very good chance that Monero is going to shoot for something like the 0.13, 0.015 level relative to Bitcoin. Could very easily get there in the next few weeks. And then obviously also, I don't even need to point this out, but this was the bear market, the bull market versus Bitcoin. It was a bear market, but this was the actual like bull market of 2021 for Bitcoin. And that's, again, where Monero sort of bottomed out before recovering. So this was a whole bunch of bullshit, right? This was induced. This was the Binance delisting. This was the 2 years in the underworld where the actual dexes had to get built out, where the Monero community as a whole had to be reminded, hey, what are you here for? Are you here for gains? Or are you here for freeing the world with digital freedom money? And everyone had to take a deep look in their souls and say, you know what? We do need to get off the exchanges. We do need to find ways around this. And that after that happened, now price is moving up again because Monero has proven anti-fragile, has proven resistant to the bullshit, and now we're getting an entirely new crowd of degens that are hopping in saying, yeah, now replace Bitcoin, more gains, the best gains ever. Nobody has gains like us, and all of the things, right? So, obviously this comes with the territory. We're going to get these kinds of people in. You're going to get the NGU degens. It's going to happen. You're going to get people from all flavors of political beliefs, etc. And that comes with the territory. And it's annoying sometimes because you see these people that are like, they're bringing their terrible philosophies and their terrible degen mentalities into Monero. And we're like, man, we really worked hard to try and like foster a community, a mentality that's a little bit more responsible, a little bit more mature, a little bit less culty, and hopefully what we get is enough people coming in from different flavors that there's enough tension that everyone's like, yeah, I disagree with you, and I think you're kind of retarded, but I guess we both like Monero, so that's good enough, right? And I think that actually could keep a level of healthiness about the community, having some low-level conflict. You don't want a monoculture. You end up like Bitcoin. You end up fucking losing the plot. So anyways, everything's still looking fine here. Probably, I guess, without another hack or without some like big speculative impetus coming in, maybe we have to play around on this level for a little bit before Monero can go higher. Again, Monero's at this point now where the statistics are going to matter less and less. These levels might matter less and less because you have a fundamental change going on in terms of how people see the coin and the way they want to invest their money. And we've got the speculators, and we got the soul bros, and those, the degens coming in that way. It's interesting, guys. We're in a different regime, a different profile for Monero in terms of price, in terms of the action, the TA, etc. So just keep a level of mental flexibility there in terms of, if you're a trader, what you're going to do here. probably your best thing is, hey, there's a pullback here, start buying, right? Start buying in the 500 to 600 area, because very likely this is going to end up setting some kind of floor. Could things wick down below it? Yeah, you could get a wick below it, but this is your accumulation zone. This is the new accumulation zone. So accumulate your Monero between 500 and 600. The liquidity is low, and it only takes little things to smash that price up. During this whole event, we actually didn't see a massive price divergence, except for Poloniex. They don't count. They're just retarded. I don't know why. Justin Sun has to run an exchange that can't keep a pegged price to Monero. Maybe I just need to remove Poloniex because they're just noise. The other coins, the other exchanges here were all basically centered around zero for this entire event. So cool. Sure, this chart doesn't really tell us a whole lot anymore. Let's look at the market cap dominance, because that's also a nice chart to look at. Since Monero is doing quite well, finally have broken out of this, like, I don't know, this death triangle, this death parallel, whatever. I don't know what to call this structure right here, but there was we kept almost breaking it, and it took so many years to break this thing. We finally broke it. So yeah, I mean, probably, TA says the next place is to look for up here. I guess where would that be from our current price? That'd be about a 2x from Monero from where it currently is. So maybe about $1,200, all other factors being equal. If there's a bull market and Monero is doing the best in the bull market, which actually might even be possible this time. That could actually be a possibility. I don't know. I'm not saying I think that's going to happen, but it's possible. It's like the last bull market, that wasn't possible because of the fractional reserve scam they were pulling. That's how they suppressed Monero's price. They don't have that mechanism anymore, unless they relist on Binance. There were some rumors of that. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe. All right. I think we've talked enough about Monero. Let's move on. Let's try and keep this thing rolling. We've got PirateChain. I guess the hacker also bought some Pirate. Is that what happened? The hacker said, I'm going to go buy a bunch of PirateChain. And so the PirateChain price pumped by 3.5x. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't do the chain analysis and to see if they were buying Pirate. Maybe they did. If they didn't, then this would just be questionable. But maybe they bought Pirate. I don't know. That was a pretty big pump. That's a 4.5x pump in a few days. So you could have hypothetically had some pretty big gains on that one. I didn't see it coming, right? And that's the thing. Pirate seems to do this. It seems to take the elevator up. So you don't know necessarily when Pirate might decide to make a 2 to 4x. So that seems to happen from time to time. Zcash is not really doing anything. Clearly, the hacker didn't value Zcash because Zcash didn't pump at all. Maybe they went up a little bit, but you couldn't say that. So, for example, right here, you couldn't say that this action is that even correct? Do I have that right? Yeah. So you couldn't even say that this action right here was like anything outside of the normal of what this chart is doing. The chart almost broke down in real time last week. Maybe, again, this is a place where I really would put, I think we all would put some kind of weight into saying, quote unquote, the cabal did pump Zcash. Their corporate associates, their partners, whatever you want to call them, did pump. They were a major factor in pumping Zcash. They also used their mechanisms to get the plebs, into Zcash as well, right? That's what they did. They used their bots. They used their connections. Anyways, Zcash was about to break down here. That was looking really, really bad. And it looks to me like they were able to find a way to put a floor there while they sort of salvaged the narrative. And then here's the special thing. And, maybe Tux can talk more about this, but Vic posted, so Cake Wallet Vic, he posted that, you guys, Cake Wallet released Zcash as an option that you can use Cake Wallet for Zcash, and they posted about it on the Reddit and the Zcash places, and then they got their post removed, and everyone was talking shit about them. All the Zcash guys were talking shit about Cake Wallet integrating Zcash, and that's so dubious. That's a very small data point, but it's a small data point that means a lot in my mind. It's a heuristic. It's a massive, massive red flag. It means that they're pissed off that there would be another way to use Zcash and an implementation, and because that Cake did the implementation right and protects your privacy as well as an optional privacy chain can. And so it makes you wonder, with some of the weaknesses of the Zashi wallet that were discovered and the kinds of reporting that it does. I can't remember exactly what that was, but there was a level of reporting, and you could basically reconstruct swaps. The Zashi guys could reconstruct swaps and see what you were actually doing. So they were pissed about that. And that's like, wait, why are you pissed about someone spreading a tool to get into your chain to use Zcash? So I suspect that it's, there's something nefarious behind there. No one would be anyone that's genuine wouldn't be pissed off about that. They'd say, see, look, even the Monero bros are adding Zcash now. But instead they like suppressed the post and got pissed off. Anyways, Zcash is there. The tech is cool. The people behind it are just, in my mind, scumbags. I don't know why they got to act like that, but
there are a lot of individuals that were excited about it, of course, but basically anyone that's involved in the upper echelons of Zcash and ECC, they're not interested or whatever. They didn't want to take part in like any kind of dual marketing whatsoever with Cake. So
yeah, that's so suspicious. Like, and if it was just that one data point, you would raise an eyebrow and be like, "What, bro? Okay, I guess whatever." But the problem is there's a litany of eyebrow-raising events in Zcash and their connections, which we don't have to really talk about. Everyone knows that, here on Monerotopia, everyone knows that Zcash has these dubious connections to the corporate machine. This chart doesn't look super great. Could it rebound to the upside? Yeah, it could, and it's probably going to do whatever the rest of the crypto market does. But in a charting sense, I don't like this chart. If you really wanted to believe that this chart had just organic strength, what you would have done was touch this guy right here. That would have been it. You would have touched that wick down there, and then you would have found your way back towards the top side, and you would try and push that. Instead, what happened is, they touched the lower standard deviations, and then they had a horrible news event. Their entire dev team just quits because whoever's in charge of, like Tux said, the C-suites, there's apparently a significant number of them that are just not great people, apparently. And so the devs just quit, the price tanked, and I have to speculate here that they found a way to put a stop in that price to prevent that price from tanking further, because this chart does, at the moment, that did look like it was about to break down. And at the moment, it still looks crappy. Like, it had a rebound, but it's already pushing the bottom side here. These standard deviations, if price goes any lower, if price ends up back down here, these standard deviations will begin to curl under, and this price will likely tank. That would be the TA on that. If Bitcoin starts going up and crypto starts going up, and there is real fiat, as we talked about that oxymoron a few weeks ago, if there is real fiat entering the crypto complex, exchange complex, complexes, then there will be the liquidity to pump Bitcoin, and Zcash will probably go with it. It'll probably go up. So, but the major gains for Zcash are basically over. Like, you wouldn't look at this chart and think, oh, well, I'm going to get another 5x on this chart. You're not going to get another 5x on this chart. If you're lucky, you could get back to all-time highs and set a marginally higher high. You could hope for like a bearish divergence where, the RSI is already in a downtrend, but the price is like making slightly higher highs into the future. But you're not looking at 2, 5, 10x gains again on this chart. That wave is done. It's gone. It's over. So that's Zcash. Let's see. Tari is actually looking like it might be able to stage a comeback here. Let's see. I had Mino Tari. I guess I was looking at MEXC earlier. There we go. Here's the full chart. Yeah, so Tari is actually looking like it's trying to set a bottom. I think it's a reasonable conjecture that this chart is bottoming. Maybe it takes a little bit longer. This chart doesn't have to go up immediately. Maybe it has to like chop here for a few months and then it can go up. I don't know. With Monero going up, this spike happened with Monero, so maybe there's some like speculative activity there, as because Monero goes up. Maybe some of that liquidity finds Tari, right? Starts purchasing Tari. Still can't really get it on the exchanges. It's on MEXC apparently, and it's on CoinEx. But I don't think their liquidity is that great. I don't know. I would have to go make an account and check the order book on MEXC or the depth chart, which I don't know why I would have an account on MEXC. I don't trust them. They're the new Binance. I believe that based on their actions and their modus operandi and the kinds of things that they do, they certainly appear to be where the fraudulent elements of Binance moved after Binance was taken over by the United States government. So Cubic, I guess we just look at this chart so that we can point and laugh a little bit every week. Right now, this doesn't look like a good pattern. Looks like a rising wedge. This would be a classic flag pattern after a big, wash down, wash out. And this is, it's a flag, and this is the kind of chart that you would expect to break towards the downside, because what fundamental reason does Cubic have for existence any longer? I can't see any unless they can start attacking Dogecoin, which would also be funny. But they're probably scared. Legally, they might they might have gotten scared legally. That could be a big explanation there. Xano is I still see Xano popping up here and there on my Twitter feed. So maybe Xano can coalesce some kind of I don't know, some kind of momentum here. Right now, this chart looks choppy. Doesn't look like this chart necessarily is ready to break to all-time highs again, but it could go either way, right? This chart is in a neutral zone. This thing could go up, could go down. I don't know. Are people doing private smart contracts on Xano? Is that ecosystem being built out? Is there rumblings in the background? I don't know, guys. You tell me. I honestly, I'm not like huge in crypto. Like, yeah, I mean, I like crypto and I'm glad it's here, but I'm honestly not huge into like keeping up with all the latest crypto developments. I try to keep up with Monero, and Monero's like the best and it's cool. And at some point, Monero will be back in the top 5 and the world will start healing. But until then, I'm just kind of like, yeah, fuck you guys. Until Monero sits at the place that it should exist, or at least closer, I kind of don't care about the rest of crypto. It's kind of like,
real.
Why don't we put our priorities first? What's that, Tux?
I said real.
Real talk. All right, let's go on to Bitcoin and crypto. Monero, not crypto. It's just stupid memes. Okay, yeah, so Bitcoin is, we actually talked about this last week. We said expect the next move to be up, right? Things are looking reasonably bullish here for Bitcoin, right? They've you challenge those upper standard deviation bands. It's probably ready to try and break above them. There's still some consternation here, guys. Like this, we're not out of the woods yet. Like if we want to talk about Bitcoin and is the bull market over? So we did have, I think we talked about this. We did have the Morgan Stanley Index MSCI made their decision to not delist the Bitcoin treasuries companies, and so effectively, Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy can continue using their strategy of printing money, effectively using bonds, using their corporate stock price as the backing for loans to buy Bitcoin, to force Bitcoin to go up in price. So that they have a higher valuation, which can justify more loans and also get listed on index to get the index effect. That show can continue. So that was kind of like the big, hey, this should be enough to send Bitcoin into the positive pressure territory instead of the negative pressure territory, which is it has had since October of last year. However, this pattern still hasn't quite broken. Bitcoin is still trying to find its way out of this zone. Yes, it's going up. And remember, we also talked about Cubic. We just pointed out that Cubic has this sort of flag pattern, this sort of rising wedge flag pattern after a big drawdown, and that tends to be negative. But this is one of those cases where you wouldn't, in Cubic, you would look at that in the fundamental backdrop that Cubic is facing and say, no, that's a flag. That shit's about to probably crash again at some point. But Bitcoin is a different story. The fundamentals are different. So again, this is where you have to take your tea leaves TA and you have to really interpret what it might mean and against the backdrop of what's happening in a more fundamental sense and in a sociological sense. So it would be completely unsurprising for this chart to recover. And if it does, if this is a support zone, then Bitcoin is going to suddenly start pushing its way back up into the 100,000 and 110,000 range. Bitcoin is going to try to make a new all-time high if you start to see it getting positive. Doesn't matter. In the next few days, this chart needs to get positive here in the next few days and start doing this. If it does, then there's a very high probability that it'll break this level. It'll break the rising wedge towards the upside, and that will probably be a big pile-in event. Everyone will start buying Bitcoin and saying, all right, back to all-time highs. The bull market will be back on. And okay, that's great. Good stuff, I guess. There's so much crap happening with the dollar. Like, Bitcoin, like they made a lot of mistakes and they sacrificed their principles and they decided to become weird cultists along the way. But it seems like that's correcting. And a lot of the people that kind of took that sort of overly, they went too far with it. I think a lot of those people are correcting. And to the extent that they're sort of reviewing their own mentality of the past, just say 5 to 10 years or whatever, and kind of getting swept up in this sort of like overly hyped up culty kind of vibes. That's a very common human thing. Like I've done it. Most people will do it in their lives at some point for something, doesn't matter. Could be a coin, could be philosophy, could be a religion, could be anything. And you get swept up in it and you start to say, yeah, I got that ran away from me, right? I got to be a little bit more intellectually careful than that. So all I'm saying is that if the Bitcoin guys want to make friends with us, and a lot of them have, then sure, that's cool. They're welcome. I'm glad to have them. And with the backdrop of everything happening in the world and the dollar being terrible, Bitcoin is still better than the dollar, right? Like you're still better off in Bitcoin. Anyways, so yeah, this chart, my guess, guys, is the bull market is not over. I think that this is just kind of like a fake out of. So let's go backwards here. This looks to me kind of like a fake out from what happened in the end of the last bull market, and so there, people are speculating this. Let's go backwards. This might take a second to go backwards here, but I apologize for the time. Actually, let's just all. Oh no, here we are. We made it. Okay, so what people are speculating right now is that this falling wedge pattern in the last bull market, and then this rising wedge pattern. This is more like a parallel channel than a wedge, but this scenario looks shockingly similar to the current scenario that we are currently enduring in the Bitcoin price. And that basically Bitcoin got, it kept bumping up against this rising resistance, and then ultimately broke down. And then that was the bear market, right? Now, I think that's a little too convenient. There is a resemblance here, right? These chart patterns are rhyming. You have the exact same thing here, right? You've got this kind of like falling situation, this kind of like falling wedge, and then you break up to a new marginal all-time high right around the 4-year cycle timeline. And then we break down to some like critical levels. And then now we've got that same kind of rising wedge action. This has a very similar feel as that last chart. So that would be in a technical analysis. In technical analysis, that would actually be against the bull market. That would be against making new all-time highs. That technical analysis would tell you that you're about to break down, that this is just a fake out towards the upside. That's interesting, but here's the thing. It's too convenient. Charts typically don't do identical repeat patterns like that. And this is too identically repetitive in terms of the last bull market. And I don't believe in the 4-year cycle anymore. I might believe in it like 10% now, but I don't believe in it like 80% or 100% like we used to. That shit's over. It might slightly kind of matter because there will be like some news hype, at the next halving, but the 4-year cycle is basically over at this point. So anyways, I think that the more likely thing is that Bitcoin is going to actually break towards the upside, break this rising resistance, and then head to try to make new all-time highs. Whether it gets there or not, I don't know. We'll have to look at the rest of the macro and what's going on. I don't think there's a macro crash. Doesn't look to me like it's imminent. Bitcoin dominance, still looking like it. To me, it looks like it's having trouble maintaining, right, getting any higher. I don't know. I guess last week I said, hey, I would expect this chart to start going down. I think if Bitcoin does go for new all-time highs, there's a reasonable probability that you'll get some stupid wick towards the top side. It's like a wick immediately back down, and then slowly meandering on down. You're going to have a slow meandering alt season, and a lot of alts aren't even going to participate. A lot of alts are just going to be dying. And the next bear market will be brutal for those alts. Okay. Anyways, let's keep going here. Just check the macro, and then we'll call it a day. Dollar index. Dollar index is still chopping sideways. This is good. I guess this chart probably will just continue chopping sideways for some period of time. I don't know, guys. There's a lot of stuff going on. The states. We won't talk about all of it. We've already been long in the tooth here, but the states are having the ICE problem. Again, even if you're even if you're a groiper, I think any reasonable groiper would admit that we could still like remove these Somalis that were imported by the Biden administration without completely eviscerating the Bill of Rights for just ordinary U.S. citizens, right? You could still find a way to remove those guys without having thugs on the street normalizing a police state. So obviously, that's the whole point of that is the police state. I worry about, that it's too obvious what they're doing. Like it's too obvious. Well, whatever. We'll save that for like maybe viewers on stage. But anyways, for now, I guess you just want to see the dollar index continuing to chop sideways. That will be good. Oil, as we talked about, Venezuela was the name of that game was to try and support the oil price. It looks like they did get some support on that price, but they're getting a pullback at this line here that I've drawn. Maybe this line isn't the best line. It's probably there for a reason. Maybe I need to review that line. I'm not totally sure. But that did seem to be a resistance point. Anyways, the point is that it's possible that oil could be making a reversal here. Oil might be able to get back into this zone. If it does, that's again game on, right? That is gains on. If oil can get back into that 60 to 65 zone and then hold it, that would be like, again, your ideal gains territory. So yeah, we'll be looking for that. Maybe Venezuela wasn't enough, right? Maybe the oil price still wants to go down. The world has so much freaking oil that it's, like that's what drives this chart down. It's like the whole, they fabricated these narratives of oil scarcity, and it's not scarce. There's a shitload of it. So that's why it's hard to keep this chart up. At least I speculate that's the reason why. Gold continuing to perform quite well this week. Put itself at some new all-time highs again. Unsurprising. Again, I can't tell you if this chart's going to go up next week or maybe down, but this is still a bullish chart, and this thing still has legs, wings to spread. It can keep going for quite a while. We've also got silver peaked out at about 93. So silver looks like it still wants to keep going vertical. We could take a look also at the gold to silver ratio, and this is maybe a good place for us to ask ourselves, where might this bull market find a bottom, find a top. So maybe again, just looking at the gold to silver ratio, maybe when we hit this historically important lower standard deviation at about 32, when you see a ratio of around 32, that's maybe the time that you want to ask yourself, okay, should I consider swapping my silver into some other fundamental asset, like property or Monero? Or maybe you just hodl it and you just, keep at your day job or whatever, and maybe you just say, fuck it, I don't care, I'm just going to hang on to silver. Again, that's your insurance against some kind of like crazy monetary reset and or global power order reorganization. I don't know. Stuff is in flux. There's stuff happening that is very not normal. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see on that. But yeah, hang on to your silver, hang on to your gold. Everything's fine. Stock market's continuing to do stock markety things, which is basically go up slowly over time. I think a new all-time high was set on the S&P 500 this week. Indeed, it was. Okay, yeah, this chart's going to keep going up. The Supremes, the burrito Supremes that wear robes and they sit on an altar, and they are like those supreme judges of all in the whole world, I guess. They're going to tell us about whether or not Trump was unconstitutional when he did his tariff thingy. They're gonna rule. They were supposed to rule on it. They keep delaying it. They're supposed to. The expectation is they're supposed to strike down a big part of the tariff framework that Trump put in place. But they delayed that. I guess they need to. Whatever. I don't know. They want to keep doing tariffs on the world. Maybe they'll actually uphold those tariffs. I don't know. But the expectation is that no, that was clearly unconstitutional. Even if you want to try and Pharisee lawyer your way through that bullshit to make it seem like something, it's really hard to do that. So they're probably going to strike that framework, that part of the framework down. Tariffs will temporarily go away. This will increase, the expectation of stocks, and probably we'll get a big pump on that news. But they keep delaying it. So that's on purpose. I haven't thought too much about why do they want to delay it, but maybe because they want to keep taking in taxes because they're spending so much goddamn money, so much stupid fiat. I don't know. All right. Anyways, nothing else here. The M2 money supply going up. I keep saving this chart. Is it WALCL? That is it. WALCL. That's the U.S. balance sheet. So the United States Federal Reserve is increasing its balance sheet. But this is really just a little blip. They restarted the QE, but I don't know. This doesn't look too much E. I don't see too much E in this Q right now. So what do we go here from 6.5 to 6.6 trillion? That's only 100 bill. That ain't nothing. Anyways, so it does look like that's on pause. For those of you that don't know, the Congress wants to they want to prosecute Jerome Powell for, I don't know, I guess he lied to Congress about how extravagant the new Federal Reserve. I don't know. Are they doing a renovation? Honestly, guys, I find it tedious to pay attention to some of this stupid political nonsense. The Congress needs to hold Trump and Bawdy and Kash Patel in contempt for lying to them, and they could even detain them if they wanted to for perjuring themselves in front of Congress, which is very clear now, even from the redacted release that happened. But no, what is Congress going to do? They're going to hold Jerome Powell in contempt because he won't print enough money. Like, Jesus, it's like I can't tell what's theater and I can't tell what's desperation at this point. But All right, guys. I guess that's enough. That's enough. Let's move on. We've had enough price report for one day. Oh, we have some XMR
All right, looks
chats.
like we have a... Yeah, let me go and pull these up. It looks like we do get a couple more. Scrolling up. From Random Degen, said, hi, could you explain a bit more directly how you mean that boating accent would explain what happened to the price? It's probably obvious to others, but I don't get it.
Yeah, so the idea then is that let's suppose that I've got 250 million of some shitcoin. Let's just say it's Litecoin. And what I, or sorry, let's just say it's Bitcoin. And I want to get that money into Monero, but I don't want it to be, I want plausible deniability whether or not I actually have that Monero. Well, if I wanted to do something, if I wanted to be a naughty boy in terms of what the feds would think of me, what I might do is do some very dubious action, like send my seed phrase over an email holding $250 million and then be like, oh no, my email was compromised and they saw my seed phrase and they stole it all. Oh no. Right. In reality, it was just you acting through Tor and, through a bunch of obfuscation layers that stole your own Bitcoin and then moved it into Monero. And now you go report the theft to the authorities and you'd be like, hey, they stole my shit. They stole my shit. I don't got it. It's not mine. I don't have it anymore. Right. So that's his boating accident, if you will. And now he's got a bunch of Monero. And now he's private, and now the feds will never know where those Monero go. So that's the idea there. Hopefully that makes sense.
All right, and we got one from Shortwave Surfer. He says, at Random Degen, replying, if LTC person wanted to become private, he would claim it was stolen when it was really him all along. And then Shortwave Surfer also tipped and said, Tari is on Stealth X at IO2. Okay, there's another place if you want to trade some Tari. And
thanks for that.
That's all the super chats.
I mean, the tip is in where you can find Tari.
Yeah. Yes.
But also the tip. Just the tip. To use an Archer quote. But yeah,
Thank you always,
so
Bawdy.
let's sum up real quick. We'll just say that everything up still. The direction still looks up to me. It's a little bit, there's a slight question mark of dubiousness over Bitcoin, but I think most probably that direction is also up. But what we don't want to see here is Bitcoin falling. I think the direction that Bitcoin moves this week will tell a lot. So Monero probably consolidation. Expect some consolidation. Just be patient. Okay, that's all.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Bawdy, for this extra special price report. Making history, unprecedented. There we go. And with that being said, I think we'll go ahead and switch into the guest segment, right?
Let's do it.
All right.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right, Daniel, what's going on, man?
What's up, guys? Thanks for the price report. Lots of interesting stuff going on.
My pleasure, bro.
Yeah, definitely in the privacy coin sector, PirateChain included, right? I didn't even realize. Looks like it did what'd you say, buddy? It did like a 4x?
Yeah, it did 350%, which is 4.5x.
Yeah, it's been pretty nice. I mean, I've been kind of expecting it just because our volume was up pretty significantly before the price reflected it. So I was kind of expecting, to get some sort of pump. So I'm pretty happy with everything. The privacy coins are like the narrative this year, and I can't be happier about it. Gold and silver and privacy coins up. It's like, it's a dream for me. I'm pretty stoked about it.
Awesome, man. Yeah, we're happy you guys will be participating in Monerotopia again this year, and I guess more officially this time. We're gonna get you up on stage, get you on a panel, so that should be interesting. But why don't you go ahead and give the audience an intro, tell people who you are and how what your involvement is in PirateChain, and then we'll get into it.
All right, awesome. Yeah, my name's Daniel. A lot of people might know me as DeJohns on Telegram, Discord, Reddit, all the other places. And yeah, I'm first mate at PirateChain. I am the community lead, I guess is my title. It took us a while to figure out a title for me, but I guess that's what I do. I'm the guy that goes around and talks to people and goes to events and onboards new users and stuff like that. Does cool podcasts like this. So I get to go out and take all the credit, get the pats on the back for all the work the developers are doing while they get none of the attention. So I take all the credit when I don't do that much, but we got some incredible guys that are doing the real work behind the scenes for us. So I'm the guy that gets to go out and take all the credit for it though. So I love my job. And I'm a volunteer, obviously. We don't have paid positions at PirateChain. We all volunteer for this and do it with our own time and our own money. So
yeah, so why is that? Why PirateChain? Why are you so active in the community? What is your take on PirateChain? Why are you so motivated by it?
Well, when I first, found PirateChain in the Monero subreddit is where I first heard about it. And the way the guys were talking about it there, they made it sound like, I thought it was a fork of Monero at first. I thought it was a like meme coin fork, like Monero or something like that, so I didn't really pay much attention to it. And then one day also in Monero subreddit, I was like, somebody should, take the ZK snarks the Zcash is using, but do a fair launch with it, without a pre-mine and ICO and stuff like that, and then just shield all the transactions, don't give optional privacy. And someone in the Monero subreddit was like, that's what PirateChain is. So that's when I went and joined their Discord and started diving into there. And as far as like why PirateChain, like why I'm on the PirateChain team, I never had the intention to just be like, oh, I'm gonna support this coin over others. I've been a Monero bro for a long time. I've helped Monero forever. I used to blog about Monero and onboard. I've onboarded hundreds, maybe even thousands of people to Monero before I even heard of PirateChain. And since then, you will rarely see me get on stage or do an interview or something like that where I don't talk about Monero. I'm still a Monero bro. I always will be, but I also like having, a backup or multiple technologies in case there's a problem with one of them. And zero knowledge proofs seem to be the clear alternative, something we should have as a backup, doing things completely different from Monero. So if there's ever any vulnerabilities or anything ever happens to that chain, we have somewhere we can go get absolute privacy right away without having to build a whole new chain or something like that. So when I first started talking about PirateChain and got kind of excited about it, I was still pushing Monero like crazy too. But it just turns out like they needed my help. They had, work for me that they needed help doing, whereas Monero's community is just, so much more established. It's been around so much longer. And so they, push. I guess I'm kind of decent at talking about it. I don't think I'm a great public speaker, but as far as, people are knowledgeable about the chain and stuff like that, and the history of the chain and the history of other privacy coins and how we relate to the broader ecosystem, you kind of have to have all that knowledge before you can go out and talk about it publicly. So they thought I was pretty good at it and started asking me to go to events and stuff like that. So I just kind of weaseled my way onto the team. I never tried to join. I was never like, oh, PirateChain's my only coin I'm ever going to care about again. I support basically all privacy coins, and there's a couple chains out there, transparent chains, that I'm also a fan of. But privacy coin maximalist. I love Monero. I love PirateChain, and yes, I'm even kind of a fan of Zcash. I don't like the way they did a bunch. I don't like the way they did a bunch of things, but there's no question that they're incredibly smart guys. They got incredible cryptographers there, which there's surprisingly few cryptographers in crypto, but Zcash has some incredible ones, and their technology is just incredible. I just think they made some mistakes implementing it, so that's why we forked them and made PirateChain.
Very cool, very cool. Bubonic tipped 0.0016 XMR. I do think the marketing of PirateChain is pretty. I remember the first time I ran into PirateChain people was at the Shitcoin conference in 2021, right after COVID. It was a really big Bitcoin conference that year because people were finally getting out and about again. And then down the block, they had the Shitcoin conference, and I remember I walked in, which was a great time. I walked in there, and sure enough, the PirateChain brigade was there. Everybody in their pirate costumes. It was you guys definitely do a good job with the marketing. I'll give you that. And then I've seen at PorcFest, you guys have had a presence there for the last couple of years, doing a good job there. And I do appreciate the fact that you're not a PirateChain maxi. Right, you're just into privacy coins, and yeah, I could attest you're a Monero bro. You've been attending the Monerotopia conferences for quite some time, at least that's the way I remember it. And yeah, so I mean, I guess with regards to Zcash, because Pirate essentially is a fork of Zcash, how else do those two differ other than the fact that Pirate is the default private version of Zcash? Are there other differences?
Oh yeah, there's quite a few differences. We've made quite a few changes. The most significant one, obviously, is we do not allow optional transparency. Everything did, which actually makes a lot things things a lot more simple too. You know, once you really get into it, having transparent and just on the development side and stuff, it does make things more simple in some cases. But we also, you know, did not have a pre-mine or an ICO or a dev tax. We did a fair launch. You know, the only way to get coins on day one was to mine them or to buy them from someone who mined them. It was essentially an experiment. PirateChain launched as an experiment in the Komodo Discord. They were just like, what if we do a chain that's fully shielded Zcash? Because Komodo did implement some optional privacy using ZK snarks on Komodo. They had the same thing with transparent addresses and shielded addresses. And people were like, let's just make a cryptocurrency that's fully shielded. They experimented with it and it actually worked. So they just kept the chain going is essentially how it happened. We actually have a blog. I wonder if I could find it and post it in there. But somebody went and documented all the Discord logs on how, on the conversations around how PirateChain launched. And it's very interesting. And it was all it wasn't super planned out in the beginning. They were essentially just experimenting and it worked. And then a bunch of people got excited about it and jumped on board and started building wallets and stuff, in the first week. This was long before I was involved. I didn't even know about Komodo or anything until I discovered PirateChain. But yeah, so we had a fair launch. I know a lot of people criticized that we didn't give, or I wasn't around at the time, but there wasn't enough heads up to the broader crypto ecosystem that this chain was launching. But to be honest, there wasn't much reach. Komodo was a very small project. It happened in the Komodo Discord. We got it posted to the Bitcoin Talk forums within like a day or two of launch, which I guess it should have been posted there before launch, but nobody planned on launch. Essentially, someone just said, "Hey, it worked. It's alive. What should we call it?" And there wasn't even a bunch of thought put into the name either. The name was just like, "Why don't we call it PirateChain?" Everybody's like, "Okay." So
that is also I would say, like I said, while it is fun to see the PirateChain people, also long term the branding is a little difficult, right? Even just what do you call it, right? For short, right? Is like, no, you just call it pirate, I guess, but
yeah,
it doesn't really have a money ring to it, right?
It is kind of difficult because a lot of people think of it like a meme coin, or if there's so many meme coins out there.
Yeah, they don't take it seriously.
Yeah, exactly. But we do take it very seriously, and maybe we should put more thought in that, in the name when it was launched and stuff like that. But it all happened so organically and quickly, that at least people remember. The one thing I can say about PirateChain is when people hear the name, they remember the name. With a bunch of these cryptocurrencies, their names are so techie and they all just blend together. I can't distinguish one from another. It takes me a while to remember the names of, even with something like Xano, which I am a fan of Xano. I love the Xano guys. But it took me forever to remember their name because it sounds like Nano and a bunch of other cryptos out there, With PirateChain, at least you remember the name. Nobody forgets PirateChain.
Yeah, nobody's forgetting that one. Nobody's forgetting that one.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be if Pirate, if something were to happen and somehow PirateChain were to gain some traction, it would just be interesting to hear people referring to it as PirateChain, right?
Yeah, it is hard. It is harder to market. I do understand that. So, but there also has been
is there any thought with potentially trying to change the name? It's not, or that would be too.
People bring it up all the time. But amongst the core people contributing to it, most of us are pretty diehard that we're not changing the name, And we do have brand recognition. Just about everyone in the privacy coin space knows who we are and stuff like that, and we don't want to lose that. I've seen other rebrandings go absolutely terrible, and essentially the project died. But I also have seen some where they've rebranded and it's worked out well. But at least for the core contributors, we're not changing the name anytime soon. So
has anyone thought to launch a meme coin version? Instead of PirateChain, you could have Parrot Coin. So instead of the dog, you have a bird for your mascot.
Yes, there is. There is talk of that, and I don't have any inside information on it, but I believe there is something like that being built on Solana. where it'll have some like loose peg to, you know, PirateChain where you can swap like 1 million of the meme coins for one pirate or something like that. I don't have any inside information on that, but I have talked to some people that said they're building something like that. I don't know if it's happening. I'm not that interested in meme coins. It would be cool if it brought some more liquidity. You know, Solana's got so much liquidity. It would be cool to bring some liquidity over to it, but that's not really my focus. But people have talked about doing meme coins for a long time, and there actually might be one out there already that never got any attention. I'm not sure though. It's so easy to launch a meme coin. Anyone can do it, you know. So
I should do it. I should grab the parrot coin and basically be the Doge to pirate.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, Bawdy's kind of got a pirate branding going on already, right?
He does, man. He does.
He's the Monero crossover to pirate.
Yeah, exactly.
The Bawdy coin. Bawdy coin.
There's someone on Twitter that grabbed my avatar and they're using it, and I wanted to be like, bro, I mean, I can't tell you not to use it, but why you steal my avatar? But I thought, nah, you know, imitation is flattery, whatever. So
yeah, it should be flattery. So
now, Bawdy, did you have that before PirateChain existed? I remember.
I think I made this logo just a few months before I got on Twitter, which would have been like October 2022, I think. So I don't know.
Yeah.
When did Pirate launch?
2018.
Oh, okay. Yeah, y'all preceded me significantly.
No. Really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, August 2018 when it first block was mined. They really didn't get much attention until like 2020 or so, and that's when price started to pump and stuff. But I wanted to touch on a few other things. I didn't get to finish what our difference is between us and Zcash. We had the fair launch, and then we also shielded the entire chain, like I said earlier. But we also have something called delayed proof of work, which some Monero people have been looking into, you know, something similar since the qubit drama. Luckily, that's all died down. I never took qubit that seriously. I was never that concerned about it. It seemed like bullshit to me from the beginning. But delayed proof of work, where essentially, it's a feature that Komodo has, but it's where I'm sorry, I'm having a brain fart right now. PirateChain is notarized to the Komodo blockchain, and then that is notarized to the Litecoin blockchain. They're on every 10 minutes or so. So therefore, in order to 51% attack Pirate, you'd need 51% of Litecoin, Komodo, and PirateChain. So it does give us some 51% attack security. And there have been discussions about looking, into doing something differently, but only with PirateChain without relying on Komodo's service to do that, because they have a whole ecosystem where they have notary nodes who are essentially responsible of notarizing to Litecoin, and those are voted on every year. People who hold the Komodo token vote on who the notary nodes get to be, and they earn some of the mining rewards from Komodo for doing that. But we have talked about trying to figure out, in the same way the Monero community is talking about ways to get 51% attack protection. I've heard lots of proposals from Luke and other people. So, but that does give us some protection, especially in the short term, since we're a smaller project and our hash rate is low. It is very important to have right now. So those are the big three main differences. So it's fully shielded, fair launch, and the delayed proof of work that we have.
So
and I guess also our ecosystem.
Just to back up for a sec, and you could finish your point, but Komodo, it came out of Komodo. What is Komodo, and why did PirateChain come out of Komodo? What's the relationship there?
It came out of Komodo essentially just because some people in the Komodo community and some developers from Komodo wanted to experiment to make a fully shielded chain. Komodo is hard to
Komodo is not like a fork of Zcash or anything, is it? No.
I
know nothing about Komodo.
I think it could be classified. I mean, the project it started in 2014, so it goes back farther than I think Komodo started as Bitcoin Dark. I may be wrong on that, but it's had several rebrandings and changed their direction several times. But Komodo, their main product is a DEX. It's called Komodo Wallet. It used to be called Atomic DEX. I believe they're the very first atomic swap DEX. They were the very first to have atomic swaps with a privacy coin with PirateChain. And they've been doing they got thousands of coins on Komodo DEX, or it's called Komodo Wallet now. But it's it works fine as just a multi-coin wallet, but it also functions as a DEX, has swaps between tons of coins. Monero is not on there. because they use hash time lock contracts in order to do the atomic swaps, and Monero does not have hash time lock contracts. They're, the dexes that are using have Monero are using adaptive signature swaps and other things like that. So it's not technically available on, Komodo. Maybe sometime in the future they'll incorporate different types of swaps. They do have PirateChain. They do have Zcash. They built the very first Zcash atomic swaps for shielded Zcash, not just transparent Zcash. So it's pretty cool. And that's their main feature is their DEX, but then also their delayed proof of work, which there are several other chains that take advantage of their delayed proof of work. And really any chain out there can, take advantage of delayed proof of work and start letting them notarize their chain to another chain. But from what I know, the only really prominent project that uses it is PirateChain and Komodo themselves. So it is a really cool feature, but they've done a bunch of different things over the years, and there's been several projects that have from their ecosystem. There's another one called Varus that is doing some interesting stuff too, and they do have optional ZK snarks privacy, but it is optional. They have transparent stuff on there, but Varus is doing some cool stuff too. I'm not really affiliated with that project, but they do have like a token on a PirateChain token on Varus. It's similar to, you could think of it as a wrap token. It's a little bit different though, because on Varus you can create blockchains that are called PBAAS, public blockchains as a service. So instead of wrapping a token on Ethereum or Solana or something like that, you can actually start your own blockchain on Varus that's completely interoperable with the other blockchains on Varus. So, and they're 50% proof of work, 50% CPU mineable proof of stake. So you can actually go over there and, stake or mine with your CPUs and receive this token that's pegged to PirateChain, and then swap it over to PirateChain or swap it over on Komodo wallet to PirateChain and have real PirateChain from it. So they're doing some real cool stuff. I like the way they're doing DeFi, but they're doing it in a very interesting way. Instead of having wrap tokens and centralized bridges, you can actually launch your own blockchain on there that is interoperable with other blockchains. So, and they came out of the Komodo ecosystem too. So there's some really cool guys. They're really
is there any chance that they could add Monero to their decks? Or you're saying from a technical standpoint, it's going to be very difficult? Or are they trying to figure?
No, I don't see any technical reason why they couldn't. I mean, it would be a separate blockchain. You'd bridge over to a token on, I don't like calling it a token because it has its own chain, but to a coin on Varus, and then it would be interoperable with their DeFi. Right now, they don't really have a DEX. Maybe they do. I should keep up with them more. But they have these things called like baskets, currency baskets, that a bunch of different currencies are a part. Like got like Ethereum in there and PirateChain and stuff like that. And you can buy these currency baskets, kind of like an index fund, like an S&P 500 or something that's got a lot of companies in there. So they have these baskets on there that you can buy in that kind of give you a little bit of volatility protection of one coin dumps, while the other ones don't, and stuff like that. But they are expanding to a DEX and their whole DeFi ecosystem. They're really cool. I think their website's varus.io. I am not an expert on them. I just know that they've incorporated PirateChain. They have some cool stuff, and I have some of their, it's called VAR, VARRR, and it's pretty cool. I was mining it for a little while, but I just had some problems with the hardware I was using, so I'm not currently mining it.
Yeah. So back to Pirate. So I mean, one of the criticisms of Pirate is that it doesn't really have a large development ecosystem, right? It's just a fork of Zcash. I mean, you're mentioning some things that they've done, right? Things that changes that they made that are unique to Pirate that haven't been done to Zcash. But give us some insight into that. Like, is there active development in PirateChain? Who are these developers? Who are the main devs?
Yes.
What does that look like?
Yes, there is active development. I mean, we do essentially steal the upgrades that, Zcash comes out with. Like, we're moving to Orchard and Halo 2. We stole that technology, but we had to make a bunch of changes to it, because we don't need a lot of the stuff that they need, like the unified addresses and stuff like that. We don't need unified addresses because we don't have transparent addresses. So there's no reason to have them.
Have those updates been made yet, or you're in the process of that?
The Orchard public testnet is supposed to be announced like any day. And then the testnet will be available for the public to test. And if everything goes well with that, then we'll move forward to forking and launching it. But it should be any time now. Last I heard, the public testnet is just about ready. And we would love to have multiple people or many people, you know, from the Monero community come in there and test it, try to break it for us, try to find some bugs and stuff like that. It'll be a good chance for a lot of people who don't like PirateChain come in there and try to break it, you know. But we would love if you did that, because we definitely want to make sure everything's squared away before we go public, you know. So keep an eye on the Twitter, or maybe the website, piratechain.com. The public testnet is coming very soon. But as far as Forge, our most important developer's name is Forge, obviously a pseudonym, but he is incredibly smart and he does a ton of work. He does not really enjoy going on podcasts and stuff like that. He doesn't like getting confrontational, which a lot of people do in these types of settings, you know. So he doesn't do a ton of public commentary, but he's always in the PirateChain Discord and Telegram. And if anybody ever, he comes on community calls and stuff like that. So if anybody ever wants to talk to him, they could ping him on there. And another person I'm really excited about, he's a newer developer. He goes by the name Oswald, and he's the one that's rebuilding our light wallets into a unified wallet. So it's all in the same language. So we have had a lot of problems with third-party wallets not being able to take advantage of the optimizations that we have on our native wallets, just because they're written in a different language. So he's him and his team, which I'm not familiar with his entire team. Some of them don't speak English and I don't communicate with them. But Oswald is moving super fast on this, and he's a really incredible developer. And he's shown me some images and stuff like that, some videos of the new wallet. He's still building it. It's not out there for people to view yet. He's moving incredibly quick on it, and he's got a ton of optimizations, increased the sync speed. I'm not a developer myself, so I can't go into technicals on the improvements he made, but he was actually on our community call, our monthly update on Monday. It's on our YouTube channel and stuff, and he gave a whole technical rundown of everything he's improving and getting better sync speeds out of it, and where he's building swaps, in-app swaps. I'm not sure what he's using on the back end to do that, but he is building in-app swaps into the native wallet. And this will also make it easier for, you know, third parties to incorporate PirateChain to list them on their wallets. Wink, wink, Cake Wallet, Tuxedo, you could send the message if you want. We are coming out with this unified wallet that'll make it a lot easier for third parties to incorporate us. So, and we do have several other wallet providers.
Cake does have Zcash, so I don't know. That is the gateway to Pirate. I don't know. Tux, what do you think?
Shouldn't be that hard yet. Or once Orchard's out, it shouldn't be too hard, at least. So, now, which I talked to Vic. You know, Vic's always friendly to us, and I like Seth a lot. I follow Seth, and I, you know, talk to him at Monerotopia and stuff like that. So, if you guys are ever ready, you know, we're here to help do the implementation. I'm assuming anybody adding us at this point would just want to wait for Orchard to come out, you know, so you don't have to do the work twice. But yeah, if there's any other third-party wallet providers out there interested in listing PirateChain, it'll be a lot easier soon. And we're here to help. You know, we don't mind doing the work and the implementation. We do fundraisers from our communities to raise money for stuff like this. And we'd love to get on, you know, a bunch of third-party wallets. Edge Wallet's been treating us great. I absolutely love Edge Wallet. I'm an ambassador for Edge Wallet too, so I guess I should put that out there. But Paul is great, and Edge Wallet takes privacy really seriously. You know, I put their top wallet in my opinion, which I also do consider Cake Wallet, you know, in that same category. But yeah, we'd love to get on more third-party wallets, but we do have several options already: Komodo Wallet, Edge, and our native wallets. So there's already plenty of places to hold it. We have a great full node wallet too. I'm really proud of our full node. It's got, you know, Tor and I2P integration. And great encryption, and I'm really proud of our full node. We call it Treasure Chest. You can find all those on piratechain.com/wallets. Let's see the next Komodo.
I'm muted here. I see. Yeah, Komodo saying the next update will make Pirate trustless, right? Because you'll move to Orchard and still maintain its unlimited anon set ceiling. Once that comes out, Tachyon will be at. So you guys are going to add Tachyon as well.
We're definitely paying attention to it. It's not like set in stone that we would. Tachyon hasn't launched, and I don't think it's close to launch yet. But they are doing some cool stuff. That obviously the big thing with Tachyon is the instant sync, which would be absolutely incredible. You know, all privacy coins have the syncing problem, especially ZK Snarks, where it just takes a while to sync, you know, a new wallet, or if you don't open your wallet for a long time. So that's the big upgrade with Tachyon. We still would have to, you know, go and look at how it's implemented and make sure it doesn't, you know, sacrifice on privacy or decentralization. I've heard rumors that Tachyon, you know, will be built for proof of stake Zcash, which I'm not 100% sure if they're moving to proof of stake or not, but there's a lot of rumors out there that Zcash is doing either like a hybrid, proof of work, proof of stake. And I don't know
a proof of stake finality layer.
Yeah, exactly. Which, and I think Takeon is being built for that. So we'd have to make sure we could use it on a proof of work chain.
Well, so is the idea in PirateChain that it would never try to move towards anything proof of stake related? Is that like the feeling there, or not necessarily?
Yeah, no, most of the pirate community is, proof of work maxis, and I personally prefer proof of work. But there is a lot of people out there who also say we should move to proof of stake, and it's it's a decentralized, open source project. So like the team doesn't get to make all the decisions. If someone comes along and builds a proof of stake system and the majority of people move to that, then that would be the new chain. But I don't see that happening. And most of the active the most important developers working on PirateChain have no interest in that. So I don't see it ever moving to proof of stake. But like I said, we're a open source project. Like I don't make the decisions. The team I'm on doesn't make. I'm only just one team that works on. There's several other teams and companies that work on PirateChain, and so like it's not like we have a CEO that's going to make the decision that we're never moving to proof of stake or we're definitely moving.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but just general sentiment seems to be most are against proof of stake.
Yeah, I think a lot of people. I think it's similar to Monero. If Monero moved to proof of stake, I think a lot of the community would. Possibly abandon it. I think that might happen with us too. But it really is proof of work chains, including Bitcoin. We really have a reckoning coming. No, I don't think Satoshi, when he launched, Bitcoin, ever envisioned it was going to be worth $100,000 with empty blocks, with nobody using it and very low transaction fees. And so if people don't use these chains, and this includes Monero and Bitcoin in it, if people don't use these proof of work chains and generate transaction fees to reward the miners and keep that hash rate up, like they're gonna have to switch to something. Like either the chain will have to die, or get 51% attacked, or it's gonna have to move to some sort of finality layer where that's not possible. But the easiest solution to that is just the community and the people that are here in Monero and PirateChain to use it, to do transactions in it and make transaction fees for the miners, so we don't ever have to have these conversations. Like, do we need to build another finality layer? Are we putting ourselves in danger as the block rewards decrease and the hash rate decreases if the price doesn't perform incredibly well? So what I want to encourage people out there, if you don't want to see things moving to proof of stake or doing some sort of finality layer that might compromise decentralization, then start using it, start doing transactions, start buying stuff with it, support the merchants that sell stuff in Monero, go buy stuff at XMR Bazaar. We got to use these chains. We're going to lose them,
Yes, and I bring that up because that's the next topic, right? Adoption in PirateChain. I don't know how many people are actually using it. And you mentioned listings, so I do have kind of a pseudo announcement to make. I mean, it hasn't come to fruition yet from the PirateChain side, but it's a big announcement to make in terms of XMR Bazaar. So XMR Bazaar, as I think everybody here knows, is a Monero-based peer-to-peer marketplace. It is Monero only, but I have been hinting at the fact that we would like to start incorporating some other cryptos, but in a way where we don't destroy the sanctity of XMR Bazaar. So we launched a sister or perhaps brother version of XMR Bazaar called Anon Bazaar. So it's all of the same listings as XMR Bazaar, all the same users. You can log into either one. They're both connected. And then Anon Bazaars will start adding other privacy coins. So the first one we've added is Firo. They jumped on the opportunity. We really appreciate the fact that they did that. They gave us some funding to pay for the quote unquote listing fee. And yeah, we just launched Anon Bazaar. So super excited about that. I know PirateChain is trying to perhaps get some funding to get listed on Anon Bazaar as well. Is that correct? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Or you let us know?
Yes, we just announced it on Monday. We didn't announce. We wanted to, obviously, me and you've been talking. We wanted to do the official announcement about Anon Bazaar here on Monerotopia. But I talked about it on our monthly update on Monday that we were trying to raise money for an online marketplace, and I left it very vague. And a lot of people were asking me questions about it because usually when we do fundraising drives, I'm a lot more specific. But I couldn't announce it at that time. But we also wanted to get a donation address up as soon as possible so we could start raising the funds. So I did announce a market to the pirates out there. I did announce a fundraiser for an online marketplace this past Monday, but now we can do the full announcement. We are trying to be a part of Anon Bazaar, which I'm a huge fan of XMR Bazaar. I know there's lots of hurdles you guys, building a site like that, there's a lot of things you have to deal with. And that's why I love, the way you set up bonds and stuff like that. I absolutely love that idea. I love that you don't take custody of the funds and stuff like that. And I think you guys just did a really, really good job building it. And so, and to be frank, if we didn't have the opportunity to join something like Anon Bazaar, we would have probably built something ourselves because we just need an online marketplace, So I'm pretty stoked that you invited us to try to participate. So yeah, we are doing a fundraising drive for it right now. You can go to, I only have a PirateChain address up right now, but I'm working on over the next couple days getting a few more addresses up there. The other, the transparent chain addresses, like we're trying to do Litecoin and stuff. We are setting up multi-sigs for those and stuff because PirateChain itself does not have multi-sig addresses yet. Hopefully it's something that'll be possible in the future. But if you go to piratechain.com/crowdfunding, you will see a donation address there in PirateChain. And in the coming days, you'll see some other coins on there you can donate in. And this is to raise money to join Anon Bazaar, which I personally, like obviously I'm not a CEO of PirateChain, I'm not in charge, but I personally really, really, really want to be on there. So I think it's the best way to just get more adoption and get more people using and show people how easy PirateChain is to use. It's not really any more difficult than Bitcoin or Monero or anything else. And just give the pirates out there a place to spend their coins, and a place to go earn coins. The best way to onboard onto cryptocurrency is to sell your goods and services. That's the most private way to do it, most decentralized way to do it, and frankly, the cheapest way because you avoid fees and stuff like that. So I absolutely am going to be pushing this like crazy. I'm going to be donating some money to the fundraising drive, and hopefully all the pirates out there do too, or anybody that just wants to support Anon Bazaar. This money will be going to help Doug build this platform and maintain it and stuff like that. So come donate it to it. I also have on the website, we also posted a viewing key for all of our fundraisers we do in PirateChain. We post viewing keys so people can go and see how much money's coming in and see when it all announced when we're, we raised all the money. I'm about to, send it over so people can view that it's at least leaving the wallet. It gives some accountability, the best as possible on a privacy coin like this. So I'm really excited about that. I'm trying to rally the pirates, and we've already got some donations. We got a few $100s or something like that so far, but I understand why people didn't donate yet because I haven't given any specifics. I was very vague about it. So now that we did this grand announcement, I'm going to work on some Twitter posts and really start pushing it to the community and to other communities so we can make Anon Bazaar happen. Or I know it's happening either way, but so PirateChain.
Yeah. Anon Bazaar is now live. Our thinking with Anon Bazaar was, the goal, right, is for people to live off each other peer-to-peer with digital cash. Obviously, I see Monero as the best form of digital cash we have. It's the one that has the most adoption, the most usage. But if people want to use something else, let the free market decide, right? So our only constraint is that we always want the coins that we add to be privacy coins so that the market can function as it's supposed to function and that people can do these exchanges without revealing their spends, without revealing, to any third party what they're buying or what they're selling effectively. Obviously, you could see the listings are public, but it will allow it to be a private marketplace for legal goods and services. And if somebody wants to accept Firo in addition to Monero, now they can, right? XMR Bazaar will always just be XMR Bazaar with Monero only, but XMR Bazaar users will now be able to start adding additional privacy coins as an option if they want to. If they're a Monero maxi and they don't want to, add any other cryptos as potential payment options, they don't have to, but the option will now be there. And if they do add it, it will be viewable on Anon Bazaar. So I see this as a way to just grow the marketplace, bring in these other privacy coin communities that are very passionate about their crypto, but are also passionate about the same ideas of living off of each other, using the coin, which is a lot of what Monerotopia is all about, the Monerotopia conference, right? It's like not excluding PirateChain because they're not Monero when you have this pretty vibrant community of people that believe in these same ideas. So it's bringing all these people together in one tent, and just allowing the free market to kind of flow and see what people use. So very excited about Anon Bazaar. Very thankful to Firo for being our first supporter. I'm going to do a Monero talk with Ruben later this week. They're also participating in the Monerotopia conference, and we'll talk more about Anon Bazaar at that time. But yeah, we're trying to add now additional privacy coins, what we see as, some of the main ones. So PirateChain, Xano, you guys know all the big ones. I mean, eventually Zcash, if they want to play ball, if they want to come participate, they'd be welcome as well. But that is the idea, and I'm excited to see where it goes and how it plays out, and if people actually start using these other cryptos.
Yeah, and I think it's better just for the sellers, but sellers and the purchasers, if we have it all under one tent, so that we aren't fragmenting the privacy coin space to a bunch of different marketplaces. Because frankly, PirateChain would build a marketplace if we didn't have this option, but I'd rather them, all the pirates, just going to Anon Bazaar to see what's being sold for Monero, and I really just want to see people using alternatives to fiat. I'm so happy if I see someone using Monero or Xano, or even shielded Zcash, frankly, rather than fiat. So if we can get these all under one banner, all the different communities going to one site, people who care about privacy and decentralization and doing business under the same place, it's liquidity essentially. It's bringing all the liquidity to one place.
Exactly.
And I think it's just going to make for a better business all around. And as far as I go, and most of the people on the PirateChain team, at least the team I work with, we're like, most of us are opened up. Most of us are Monero bros too. We use Monero all the time. Fiat is always our last option when we're paying for anything. So if they don't accept PirateChain, their next question is, will you take Monero? So we use it all the time. I pay bills in Monero all the time. I use Monero like every single day, and also paying for stuff for PirateChain. If people won't accept PirateChain, next question is always, do you accept Monero? That's always our second choice there, as a team. And and there are a lot of people in the PirateChain community, just like the Monero community, that are hostile to other projects, and I get it why you think, your project is the best. And, Monero obviously does have the highest liquidity, which makes it very, very usable, because it sucks to say, but price and liquidity are important when it comes into doing business. It's hard to sell something. PirateChain's got like $150 million market cap or something, so you can't sell something that costs $200 million in PirateChain, really. So obviously having something with a higher price it sucks to say, but the price is important and the liquidity is important. So, but we all love PirateChain, we all love Monero, and I just love alternatives to fiat. And I've really, since I've kind of been the face of PirateChain, going out to talking to people and going to events, I've really just been trying to, bridge the divide, just to stop all the infighting and the hate amongst each other, because we're already a small enough niche. The amount of people who care about, private, decentralized money is a very, very small niche, and we're fragmenting ourselves and we're fighting amongst each other when we should be unifying around using alternatives to fiat. And so I'm not trying, especially it sucks sometimes when Monero bros come after me, and I'm like, God, dude, like, we would be best if we never talk crypto. We'd probably be best friends, because we have all the same values. We believe in freedom, we believe in privacy, and yet, like, we're at each other's throats right now, even though we have the same values. And the last thing we need is to divide ourselves. We need to be more unified. I mean, not necessarily unified. And there are a lot of scam projects out there that we have to reject, but I'd like more people to be more open to other privacy coin projects, and at least give them a little bit benefit of a doubt, do some investigation into them, and don't always assume that they're just trying to, scam people or rip them off or something. Because really, I can speak for myself and the people I work with at PirateChain. Like, our heart is in the right place. have the same values that the Monero community has. And we spend our own time and our own money going out here trying to build alternatives to fiat and to onboard new users. And yeah, it sucks. It sucks. I come from Monero, I'm a Monero bro. And it really kind of hurts my feelings when I get attacked by some. I'm like, guys, I'm losing money here, just spending my own money trying to promote Monero and PirateChain. And I spend a ton of time doing it. Essentially, my life is dedicated to it at this point. And it just sucks when we're at each other's throats, because I really love all you guys and I value the same things you do. And I want to be on the same team, I am on the same team, even if some people reject me. I'm a Monero bro at heart. I've onboarded hundreds of people to Monero, and I just want to be friends.
I did want to bring this up because this is one of the more interesting listings we had pop up on XMR Bazaar this week, which is obviously also now listed on Anon Bazaar. Pemex gas station plus land for sale. This is in Morelos, Mexico. Somebody is selling their gas station and the land for Monero.
How much is that?
Been communicating with the guy. He seems pretty legit. He's attending Monerotopia. He's selling it for 75. Is that right? 75 mil? Selling for
It looks like pesos.
That's in peso. It's around 4 million USD. Yeah, 4.3
so
million.
Like almost 7,000 Monero. 7,000 Monero almost. 6,800 Monero.
That's so incredible. History will be made whenever that sells.
That's
awesome.
just amazing to see, right? That somebody's like willing to now sell an asset like
that.
I'm working for Monero.
I'm working on getting my cars up on XMR Bazaar and then Anon Bazaar too. I'm having to jump through get some regulatory clarity, I guess you would say, because I'm only licensed to sell cars in the state I live in, and this industry is regulated like freaking crazy. So I'm trying to get some regulatory clarity or figure out what I have to do in order to sell cars across state lines, or also just figure out if anybody would even find out if I did. Like if they paid me in Monero and I mailed them the title and shipped the car, like, can I even get caught? So I'm trying to figure that out, but I'm trying my best to get the cars from my dealership up on XMR Bazaar. So I would love that. I have, a little sign on the desk with Monero and PirateChain accepted here. I even have Bitcoin there too. But
well, maybe once in a while you just sell a car as an individual instead of as a car.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't want to lead you down the wrong road either. I mean, be careful.
I mean,
especially with what you're,
I could do that. I could do that, but it's limited to like 6 cars a year or something an individual can sell. And then I'd have to take the car out of the dealership name and put it in my personal name. But I am working on it, and I'm doing some research on it. So, and I actually have to do the little class for my dealership license coming up soon. So I'm going to be asking questions about it. But that's my goal, to get it on there. Even if never buys them, at least it gives them the option, to buy a car. And my cars are very affordable too.
I know. I reached out to you when I was looking. I had a car that broke down. I was like, maybe I could buy one off you from Monero, and then I ended up buying one on XMR Bazaar, which is still in Florida right now.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that till after you already bought it. But no, that did look like it was a pretty good deal. So I think you got that below book value.
I bought the Rolls Royce.
No, I brought the GMC. You saw that, right? I'm sure you saw that happen.
Yeah, I think I saw it at some point.
Granted, I've now paid double fiat value for it as Monero pumped. He did pretty well selling his car at that moment, but kudos to him.
Right.
And I didn't think twice about it. I tried selling my car for Monero back in 2017. When Monero was like $50 before it like mega pumped. And you could find that post on Reddit. I was on there like willing to sell my Jeep. And I actually had somebody respond to me, and he was in the New York area and he wanted to do it because he was like, oh, this would be so cool. We could like show that a car was, purchased with Monero, and then he ended up backing out. I see Frank is saying we need to add an API to XMR Bazaar. Yep, we're looking to do that. We got a lot of things up our sleeves with regards to XMR Bazaar. But yeah, please guys, let me know any thoughts you have, suggestions you have. But yes, we are looking to add an API. Awesome, man. Very excited that you guys are participating in Monerotopia, and you guys have in years past, but I feel like now it's a little more official. We're going to get you on stage. We'll get you on a panel where we'll be discussing various privacy coins, the pros and cons of each. And yeah, man.
Can I show Monerotopia? Let me show Monerotopia here for a second. I think something you should highlight more is how affordable of like a vacation and a conference it is. You can go spend 4 or 5 days in Mexico City and go to Monerotopia for less than 2 nights in Vegas. You know, the hotels are cheap, the flights are cheap, tickets to the event are only $100. Like, so it's not too late for you. Like, if you have a passport, maybe even if you don't have a passport yet, you might be able to expedite it and get it here in time. But it is a very, very affordable event. People think it's a foreign country, it's going to cost me a ton. No, going to Mexico City for a few days will cost you less than going to Vegas for 2 nights. You know, like,
yeah, the hotels are super cheap, especially if you team up with other people. But even if you're not, you can find a place for like $30 a night, pretty decent walking distance of the venue. And if money is the issue, you could come into the conference for free. I mean, there is a free option. We won't let you into the dome because we want to make sure everybody that paid has a seat in the dome. But you could come into the bazaar, hang out in the bazaar. So you could essentially come to Monerotopia for free. We offer that to the locals. We ask them to pay like 500 pesos if they want to come into the dome and they want swag. But if they just want to walk in, hang out at the Monero 101 table, go talk to the different stands that are there, the different Monerotopia related stands that are there as well. Talk to the Monero bros that are hanging out. Watch the talks, but on the big screen, anybody can literally just walk in as well. Obviously, we ask that you pay if you have the means to pay, because that supports the conference. You get the swag, you get to come into the dome, you get to actually engage and ask questions to the speakers. But if money's an issue, it's probably one of the most accessible conferences there is.
I have a quick question about the local tickets. Are those just for people who live in Mexico City, or is that for everyone who lives in Mexico?
I mean, we call it a local ticket. It's basically the broke bro ticket, right? So like, it's for locals, because we're in Mexico City. We're saying, listen, if you're interested in these topics, come out. We don't want money to be the reason you don't go. We are 500 pesos, and you'll get the swag. You get to come into the dome. But yeah, if you made your way there from some other part of Mexico and money's a problem, yeah, you get the local ticket. If you made the way there somehow from US and money is a real issue, you just come, we'll give you the local ticket, right? This isn't
okay, great.
The tickets isn't money making and debt. We want people to pay for these things so that we don't lose money on this. But thankfully, because of the sponsors, we're able to keep tickets cheap. And our main goal here is to spread Monero, is to spread this ethos of opting out and using these things. So we don't want barriers of entry, right? We want people to come in and learn about this stuff. So you can basically, for free, walk into the marketplace. You could go over to the Monero 101 table, and you could learn about Monero in Spanish without spending 1 piconero.
Nice. That's awesome. I had some friends down in Mexico that were asking me. They were trying to bring their whole family and stuff, but they're not in Mexico City. They're trying to take a bus down there and go.
VIPs, I think we are sold out. But yeah, general admission, I asked, people grab those. If you guys want the swag and you do want to actually come into the dome, please do grab a general admission ticket.
Yeah, and the presentations are really great too, man. There's some like really technical ones, but there's also some that are absolutely not, that anybody can get a lot out of. There's some incredible speakers there. So I love them. I've been to a bunch of crypto events, man, and honestly, they suck. Monerotopia is Monerotopia is so much fun. And just spending my Monero everywhere. Yeah, I was running around buying honey and ice cream and all kinds of crap.
I know. I love it. It's kind of unreal. It is a Monerotopia. Yeah. You come down, you live off Monero. So very excited for it, and excited you're participating. Thank you, Daniel, for jumping on today. It was a great talk. We look forward to hanging out with you down there in Mexico. And I think we'll leave it at this. If there's anything else you want to say or shill or put out there, now's the time.
Just, the website's piratechain.com. Come join our Telegrams, Discord, Twitter, whatever. Come be a part of the community. We do a lot of cool stuff there. And the crowdfunding for Anon Bazaar, that's piratechain.com/crowdfunding. So go throw a few coins over there, and let's get us on that Anon Bazaar, and let's make this marketplace successful, guys. So thank you so
Awesome.
much for having me. I'll come back anytime you want. I absolutely love this show, and I love you guys. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, that was great. Yeah, that was great. You could stick. You know, by all means, please stick around if you like for viewers on stage. But I think we'll move on to the news. Tux, if you can run the news.
Yep, I'll have to speed run the news. I actually got to be somewhere soon.
Yeah.
But
all right, and then we'll do viewers. And yeah, let's keep it moving. Keep it moving along.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
okay, we got a little bit of news. I got to run through this pretty quickly. First up, we have a post from David, and it reads, Venezuela just proved the Bitcoin bull case, and no one is paying attention. Monero used Tether to move 80% of Venezuela's oil revenue, billions in sanctions evasion, settled on Tron since 2020. Okay, so there's where some of that Tron usage came from. Then the U.S. made a phone call. Tether froze the wallets. Game over. Everyone's focused on the arrest. The real story is a lesson every finance minister on Earth just learned in real time. Stablecoins are a leash, not an escape. If someone can freeze it, it isn't money. It doesn't solve sovereignty. First principles, USDT is $1 plumbing without SWIFT. Faster, cheaper, still has a CEO, still has a compliance department, still picks up the Washington calls. And then it goes on to read, this is why USDT adoption exploded. 71-year-old grandmothers in Caracas pay their HOA fees in Tether now. But useful does not equal sovereign. The entire value proposition for sanctions evasion just got publicly falsified. Now, do the game theory. You're Iran, Russia, any country hedging against dollar weaponization. Use watch Venezuela's crypto solution. Get shot like a light switch. Where do you put reserves now? USDT compromised. Yuan, political strings, gold. Try settling 500 million cross borders in 10 minutes. CBDCs, same kill switch. Yeah, so that's according to him why Bitcoin. This is a bull case for Bitcoin, which I think could be partially true. I mean, obviously, there's some potential issues with that still with Bitcoin in terms of like, it depends on where you want to settle that Bitcoin if you're trying to get money out of it directly. Because if you're these same countries that are going to be sanctioned, you're going to run into similar issues even with Bitcoin. You just can't freeze the Bitcoin directly. But depending on where you're trying to get that money from, or depending where you're trying to cash out, or who you're trying to trade with, you might have other issues with them not accepting that Bitcoin directly. But if you're keeping it within the countries that don't care, then you might be totally fine. Moving on, we've got a post from Crypto Goose, and it reads, huge. White House will remove tax on all small Bitcoin payments. They know Bitcoin is the only real money.
To questions. Here in our new media seat, we have Frank Corva, who's the White House correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, which comes at a timely week with crypto legislation moving across Capitol Hill. So why don't you kick us off, Frank, and thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it, Ms. Levitt.
Sure.
I was curious to hear if the president was in favor of removing any and all language around central bank digital currencies from the Genius Act, maybe as a means to get it across the line and get it on his desk. And then my second question was about something the president spoke about in this room. He talked about a $600 de minimis tax exemption for Bitcoin and other crypto spending. So I was just wondering if you could comment on those.
Sure. Well, the president did signal his support for a de minimis exemption for crypto, and the administration continues to be in support of that. We are definitely receptive to it to make crypto payments easier and more efficient for those who seek to use crypto as simple as buying a cup of coffee. Of course, right now that cannot happen, but with the de minimis exemption, perhaps it could in the future, and we will continue to explore legislative solutions to accomplish that. As for the central bank digital currency and the Genius Act, which you noted has passed through Congress and will be sent to the president's desk. I believe the House is voting on it. If they haven't, they should be passing it. We know we have the votes, and we expect it to get to the president's desk, and we are planning a signing ceremony tomorrow afternoon. All of you will get more details on that. This piece of legislation is going to make America the crypto capital of the world, and that's what the president promised. As for a central bank digital currency, the president opposes that. He made that promise to the American people on the campaign, and while it's not in this specific piece of legislation, he did sign a January executive order banning a central bank digital currency. The administration supports Congress's efforts to codify that executive order into law, and I believe there will be future pieces of legislation in regards to crypto that will be moving through Capitol Hill. The president looks forward to signing them, and he looks forward to the signing ceremony this afternoon. So thank you.
I mean, that does, sound nice if small Bitcoin transactions will be tax-free, but also this top comment's kind of also true. Try to get votes for midterms. So, we'll see if anything comes out of that. I guess it's kind of a good thing to hear. Moving on, Hyundai posted Monero version 0.18.4.5 has been released, which has some fixes for Ledger support if you use a Ledger hardware wallet with Monero. And it has some daemon fixes and has some wallet fixes directly. So overall, a minor release, but there is a new release nonetheless. Next, I've got a post from Alex Thorne, and it reads, Elizabeth Warren has filed 38 amendments to market structure bill. Remove developer protections, more sanctions, compliance obligations, more illicit activity powers for government, more AML obligations for DeFi front ends, repeal positive OCC guidance for banks, gut SEC's ability to allow tokenization. So that is Elizabeth Warren's stance on a lot of these things, which is, I guess, not that surprising. We have another post from Hyundai, and it reads, this is important. Every Monero node operator should download and enable the ban list from the Monero Research Lab. It protects against spy nodes. So the MRL, which is the Monero Research Lab, they came out with a new ban list that you add to your node directly, and it is a list of IP addresses of nodes that are known malicious nodes, probably spy nodes that are hosted by feds or chain analysis companies that are being used to gain further insight into people's transactions if they run a transaction directly against those nodes or just the network in general. So you can add this DNS list to ban your node from connecting to any of these malicious nodes. Next up, we have a post from Vivek Sen, and it reads, Coinbase CEO just revealed live on CNBC that banks are trying to kill crypto and the market structure bill. This is wild. Okay, let's play.
Well, I think the high-level principle here is that we can't really have banks come in and try to kill their competition at the expense of the American consumer, right? People in America should be able to earn more money on their money. I think stablecoins are an opportunity for banks. They should be able to build great product lines with this. It's an opportunity for crypto companies. Congress and the laws that get passed, they should really create a level playing field and say, this is allowed, this is not allowed. Now, all American companies, go compete, try to build the best products and services. That's great. What's not great is if the banks can put their thumb on the scale to try to kill some of their competition, and they only pay about, 14 basis points on the average savings account. Consumers should be able to earn 3.8% on their stablecoin rewards. And so we're going to keep fighting for our customers' rights and the 52 million Americans who use crypto every day.
I mean, what would you say to the argument that banks have put forward that because of the role they play in the economy, the loans that they make, if they do wind up seeing billions of dollars, as some have estimated would happen going from banks to stablecoin, they say that could have a big impact on the economy. What's your response to that?
Yeah, well, banks don't have a monopoly on lending money. Actually, crypto is doing quite well in this area as well. And crypto is a technology to update all parts of the financial system, whether it's lending, capital formation, et cetera. So I think banks do play an important role in the economy and making these loans. Crypto should be allowed to do similar types of activity. We're not engaged in fractional reserve lending. That's an important point, by the way, because the bank license, what that really allows you to do is fractional reserve. The banks don't have all of your money there. That's why there's so much oversight and you can have these runs on the bank. Stablecoins have 100% reserve, right? And they're all the assets now post-Genius are held in this short-term US treasuries. So in my view, it's actually a safer place to store your money, and crypto companies should be allowed to compete and offer loans just like banks.
So that's Brian Armstrong's take on crypto, being able to lend money with crypto. And I mean, to an extent, the banks will already kind of do have a monopoly on lending money. But he's speaking kind of nicely of them because he's kind of in that space, in that industry, while also trying to push for the ability for crypto companies to, or the defense for crypto companies to be able to lend money.
I have a speculative idea there about, and It's really just a side point. So credit unions don't do fractional reserve. They only lend out money that they take in. And I wonder if there is something perhaps in the credit union legislation, because that's also highly regulated. I wonder if Coinbase or any of these companies could hypothetically try to go that vector.
Become a credit union.
Maybe not become a credit union, but leverage in some kind of way similar regulations and legislation. It seems like that. I mean, probably Brian Armstrong wants to have like a specific crypto cutout, like a its own regulation. But anyway, it's just kind of a side idea there.
Yeah, I forgot about credit unions. I used them once a long time ago. I didn't realize they don't fractionally reserve at all. That's interesting. Because all the banks, like now, especially since COVID, I think the fractional reserve requirements are like ridiculously low, like insanely low. It was like 0% at one point, wasn't it?
Yeah, they found all kinds of ways, all kinds of gymnastics to effectively get around the technical limitation of the fractional reserve so that it was like practically infinite.
Yeah, it's crazy. So next up, we have this post, I'm sure everyone already saw, from Zach XBT, which reads, on January 10th, 2026, at around 11 p.m. UTC, a victim lost $282 million plus USD worth of LTC and BTC due to a hardware wallet social engineering scam. The attacker began converting the stolen LTC and BTC to Monero via multiple instant exchanges, causing the XMR price to sharply increase. Sounds similar to something that we heard earlier this year. And it goes on to read that BTC was also bridged to Ethereum, Ripple, and Litecoin via ThorChain. Theft addresses 2.05 million LTC and 1,459 BTC. And there's a few specific addresses that money was being sent to. That's huge. That's a lot of money. That's a ton of money. And we talked about this plenty earlier in the show. But you also have to like some people were thinking, oh, it's an excuse for the pump. I don't think it is. I think there's probably a lot of truth that is happening. And you also have to remember, like, one thing is that there's a lot of like older people that did buy into some of these coins, like Bitcoin and Litecoin, and they don't understand how a lot of this works. They just know enough to get by, and they are easily tricked into, unfortunately, they are tricked into the social engineering hacks and scams. I've had old people who are trying to get help with something, and they're like wanting to give me their seed phrase, and I'm like, no. So it's not unbelievable that stuff like this happens, right? It's unfortunate that it happens, but it is what it is.
How deeply did you look into this to see, like, to verify, how do they know how much went into XMR? Like I
haven't, and I don't think I haven't yet, and I don't think he's given that much details about it.
Okay.
I imagine we'll see more as time goes on.
One thing that Doug mentioned earlier is like, well, how could it have been, like, if this were to have been faked, how would that be possible? One thing, that you might think is, well, again, hypothetically, let's suppose that the exchanges saw that there was a lot of volume coming in for Monero and that there was a breakout in progress. And if you wanted to fake something like this, again, hypothetically, you could potentially coordinate with these instant swap exchanges to sort of wash trade that volume, right? To have a quote unquote hack and then convert into Monero, but really it's just a wash trade where you're just kind of like exchanging, money is just changing hands. It looks like all that went into Monero, even as the price is continuing to increase from organic reasons and speculative reasons. Again, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying, like, there are mechanisms by which that kind of thing is possible.
Yeah. I mean, like, two things at the same time, even potentially, because, like, I imagine, like this sparked it, but I imagine fairly soon on, like, as it was creeping to that 500, 515 ATH, a lot of other people were piling on it too. So I think both of it was happening at the same time. But I'm curious. I might be able to get some data. I'm not sure from our swap partners, like some basic data. I'm curious about what data they have regarding swaps that happened since I think January 10th. I think that day specifically is when it really started to go off.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
They'd have direct insight into this being true. So yeah, but that is what's currently being made. But once again, lots of real demand as well. This just kind of sparked it, and this really helped push it above the new all-time high. So moving on, we got a post from Eleanor Terrett, and it reads, Scoop, the White House is considering pulling its support for the crypto market structure bill entirely if Coinbase does not come back to the table with a yield agreement that satisfies the banks and gets everyone to a deal, a source close to the Trump administration tells me. So this is once again the more contention between Coinbase and the banks, and Coinbase being able to, I guess, or with stable coins, being able to give high yield rates with stable coins. There's some competition there. And it goes on to read, the White House is said to be furious with Coinbase's unilateral action on Wednesday, which it apparently was not notified of in advance, calling it a rug pull against the White House and the rest of the industry. I guess we're all just using that term now. The White House does not believe that one company speaks for the entire industry, the source continued. This is President Trump's bill at the end of the day, not Brian Armstrong's, the source said. Banks do have a lot of power still, and they are going to fight against competition of people being able to earn more than like shekels, like tiny amounts of shekels on their money, because most banks give you next to nothing for saving. So crypto is actually starting to compete a little bit there.
That's funny. I didn't know that Brian Armstrong was in Congress. Huh, interesting. I guess he has a seat in Congress somehow.
Apparently so. Apparently so. Moving on. We had a post from Mario Nawful, and it reads, Jack Dorsey's new app is a protester secret weapon. BitChat, which is such a bad name, by the way, doesn't need Wi-Fi, mobile data, or even a working government. Messages bounce Vodafone using Bluetooth, no towers, no servers, no kill switch. It's ideal for places like Iran, where regimes love blackouts and protesters need a way to talk when the internet suddenly disappears. No logins, no SIM cards, no surveillance. Bitch. It sounds like I'm saying bitch at. BitChat, it's an interesting app. I took a look at it. And I think it's similar. There's this other app on Android that's an F-Droid. I'm forgetting what it's called, but it's like a peer-to-peer only one that works over Bluetooth and stuff. It's similar to that, but BitChat actually works on iOS and Android, which for most people, it's not going to have any use. But if you are in a situation where there's like internet blackouts, then this could be very useful.
BitChat does. It sounds kind of like I don't know.
Hey man, I'm gonna bitch at you.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna bitch at you.
Either that or like some kind of escort service, perhaps. If you're looking for decentralized communication, definitely check out Meshtastic. And the way that things are going right now, it's probably responsible for those of us who understand technology to start looking at mesh network. Meshtastic is more like broad based. There's a lot of nodes in a lot of different cities. It's not crypto based. It's just, it is encrypted, but it's a messaging system that uses much longer range than Bluetooth. It uses frequencies that are open.
Because that's the problem with this, is that this only works like if you're in this scenario where you're like in a place with a bunch of people and you are close enough with Bluetooth. But yeah, Meshtastic is a lot. If you can set it up, it's a lot better for long range.
Here's another thing. You probably shouldn't be taking your fucking cell phone to a protest like this. You should probably put on a map and leave your cell phone at home.
Yeah. At the very least, have a separate like Graphene OS phone or something that you use that has an anonymous SIM or whatever.
That kind of gives me a weird, like, a question mark here, because this is Jack Dorsey, right? So I don't think we should trust Jack Dorsey in the slightest. And now he's like, there's this app that he made that encourages you to take your cell phone to the protests. Like, I don't know, bro.
And Bluetooth is not like Bluetooth low energy, like can have like MAC randomization, but the regular Bluetooth address, to my knowledge, can't and doesn't ever change. Maybe that's different on like iPhones and stuff, but the way that Bluetooth works is a bit less private than Wi-Fi scanning. Like all modern devices have Wi-Fi scanning MAC randomization, and then when they're connected to the router, it's got a randomized MAC. Bluetooth, it's not as cut and dry. It's not as clear. So there's potentially privacy concerns with just using Bluetooth. So if you're in like a large place, like when there's a lot of people, maybe it's not going to matter. But also maybe at the same time, they're going to catch all of these MAC addresses and try to map them later on. I don't know. It's a paranoid thing, but you got to take all these things into account. Anyways, moving on, we've got a post from Simon Dixon, and it reads, "Don't believe the theater. The crypto lobby is not as powerful as the banking lobby." I don't know about that one. I don't know. I think they're also part together. They're part of the same thing. There's two different sides, but they're also part of the same beast at this point. And it continues, Coinbase is aligned with another power. There's an internal power struggle at the top of the financial industrial complex. In a nutshell, it's JP Morgan versus BlackRock, and the Trump and Coinbase are representing greater powers. Fink and Diamond will be negotiating. I covered this in the Bitcoin section here. Yes, that's a quote tweet to this post from Eleanor Terrett that we went over earlier. And I think that is all the news links. I'll go ahead and go over this one briefly because this is kind of interesting. This kind of pries into kind of what happened with the dissolving, or not the dissolving, but the situation around ECC a little bit more. So there's this website that's created that is called We Are All Zashi, which is kind of goofy. And it's an official statement from the board of Bootstrap regarding the recent situation around Zcash. And one of some of the interesting parts here, so this part here, the electric coin company was established in 2016. 2020, the owners of ECC donated the shares to a newly formed 501c3 public benefit nonprofit called Bootstrap. In 2024, ECC released their Zashi wallet. And then in 2025, ZEX started spiking, which had opportunity for investors. And then between late October and early November, the board received very sparse communication. And then on, actually, it's skip over this part. Skip over this part. Yeah, we are aware of public narrative that things are on the same and that the devs are just working for another company. It is structurally untrue. The Zashi wallet is being moved into a structure that greatly reduces the number of safeguards. Sorry, I'm trying to skim through this. It's really long. For the above reason, Bootstrap has a practical obligation from the perspective of its goals to make sure that either transfers not keep equivalent safeguards or it's truly sold off in exchange. The foundation obtains resources that it can't keep. Other parts of the Zcash ecosystem open and free. Realistically, a combination of both is most appropriate. Further, Josh Schweihart, he's the CEO of Bootstrap, proposes a deal acting as both the CEO of Bootstrap and also the would-be founder and CEO of the new for-profit entity. The conflict of interest involved this transaction makes it more likely to be scrutinized by the IRS and an attorney general. Zcash and ECC has always taken an approach of risk minimization from a security standpoint. We have taken a similar approach towards legal and regulatory risk. Therefore, the board needs to ensure that whatever deal is approved passes the risk threshold. The proposed deal clearly did not. Bootstrap has a moral legal responsibility to make sure that its assets are used for the public benefit. If they're sold to a private company, this means that there must be fair and adequate compensation. So this is just like a money thing. There's some handling off of private, I guess, stuff to nonprofits, and there's a bunch of conflicts of interest going on that led to this sort of leaving of the devs of VCC, which is, it's just a whole mess. But that's...
I feel like I need to take a shower after reading that.
Sorry, I was like not gonna read the whole thing. I kind of like just read some of the interesting parts. So yeah, that's kind of like the mess that I guess the Monero people are like, oh yeah, this is why Monero is set up better than Zcash, because we don't have a lot of this like conflict, potential ability to have conflicts of interest regarding for-profit companies and non-profit companies, as you could see with what happened a couple weeks ago. So that's why there's been a spinoff for this new Cash Z wallet. And that's why a lot of people were mad about, I mean, I think most people didn't really care. We added Zcash a week ago. It came out. And a lot of people were like, oh, it's such bad timing with the Monero pump. Well, that wasn't intentional. These things are planned way ahead of time. However, what was good is it was a perfect time for us to swoop in because of the Zcash situation with Zashi and stuff. There's a lot of Zcash users that aren't, happy about that, of course. So it's a good time for us to swing in. But like we wanted to do this for years anyway. It's not like we suddenly decided we wanted to add Zcash. We have a lot of other coins that are far worse than Zcash or less useful than Zcash, to be fair. The main contention for me with Zcash hasn't really been the technology that much. I think there are issues. Obviously, there are issues with the optional privacy layout. The issue for me is more with how it's run. But we're still Monero first, and for people that want Monero only, friendly reminder, we have a wallet that's Monero only. It's called Monero.com. So anyways, we can put that to rest, not to turn this into a Zcash podcast, but it's still a relevant topic. So anyway, I think that's all the news links. I guess with that being said, we'll go and move on to viewers on stage. They did a couple super chats. Shortwave Surfer tipped 0.001 XMR. Can I get PirateChain wallet on F-Droid? I guess that's a question for Daniel. You might have to message him directly. I guess I don't have one on F-Droid. Smiley Face tipped 0.01 XMR. Love the podcast, guys. Thank you for work promoting freedom and privacy. Thank you, Smiley Face. And Drunk Domly just tipped 0.001 XMR. Tell Bawdy that you can buy Tari on Exolix, which is also a Monerotopia sponsor. Can you? I like Exolix. I know some of the Exolix people. I didn't know you could buy Tari on there. That's pretty cool.
I mean Exolix is on Trocador, and last I checked, Trocador wasn't offering a swap. Maybe the liquidity is thin. I don't know.
Yeah, it's possible. You might have to check directly with them. We have them directly inside Cake as well, but I don't even think we have a Tari pair option.
I'm gonna check Exolix right now.
But yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and run the viewers on stage segment.
The Monerotopia Viewers on Stage segment is sponsored by XMR Bar. Play dice with Monero using your privacy-respecting and provably fair algorithm. Go to xmr.bar. As always, verify and never trust.
Please gamble responsibly in accordance with the laws of your jurisdiction.
All right.
I wanted to say with respect to Cake adding Zcash, well, first of all, I didn't know that your dev team was so stellar that you could turn around an addition like that in just a week because of how obviously nefarious that you guys, just add Zcash.
Yeah,
right?
I know, right?
But second,
there's some lore. Sorry, I'll let you continue your points.
The other thing is that this is actually in a weird way, it's actually good for Monero. The fact that Cake Wallet is swooping in where Zashi is crumbling because the devs all left. Now there's another option for all these people that are in Zcash. Oh, I can just drop this on Cake Wallet. Oh, and look at this other coin, Monero. Maybe I could swap into Monero, right? That could actually be a good thing.
Exactly. You can now, there's now a new entry point to, now I don't know how often that'll be used, but you can now swap your Zcash directly into Monero inside Cake Wallet if you want to. But there's some lore in that we were going to add Zcash years ago. Cake had a grant from, it was I think it was like the Zcash, whatever the foundation was at the time, to add Zcash to Cake Wallet, and Cake backed out due to pressure from the Monero community. But there's really no reason not to have it now, considering all the other coins we have. But with that being said,
this is one of those things that I feel like there's this nuance of navigation and understanding about ecosystems, the people in those ecosystems, the technology adoption. It was the right decision, however many years ago that was, to not add Zcash, because there was still this contention about, which of these coins is actually truly serving digital freedom money, and which of these is more of a corporate attempt at sort of hijacking that movement. And so not adding Zcash at that time was almost certainly the right move, because Monero needed more time to establish itself as being truly the digital freedom money coin. But now that that's happened, there's a little bit more opportunity to sort of be generous, if you will, or gregarious, to sort of expand that scope and say, okay, well, we can actually support other stuff, and Monero stands strong on its own regardless.
Okay, so I answered my own question. There is a PirateChain wallet on F-Droid. It's called Komodo. The only thing I do see about it is that it's apparently a multi-coin wallet, and it has some APIs that I don't particularly care for. Like, it's got the Binance API and the CoinGecko API, and Banksa, BANXA, and Bitrefill. It's in there, and Trello, and Cloudflare is optional. So there's some things in there that I don't particularly care for, but there is one on F-Droid, and it just says there's some anti-features. So be aware of that.
I love Cloudflare. Sorry, go ahead.
Also, I'm not sure where to buy PirateChain because I at least I haven't checked yet because it's not on XLX where I just looked. So I'll have to figure out. I might put like 0.1 Monero into it and see what happens.
Well, I kind of think what we really need is atomic swaps with the set transactions in Zcash and PirateChain. So you go into their privacy pools as opposed to, now technically I realize that it's a lot more complicated than doing atomic swaps with the D transactions in Zcash. And they'll likely only be possible after full chain membership proofs come in Monero. But that's the goal that I see when it comes to Zcash and PirateChain.
Also wanted to quickly say about BitChat. The other app you were probably thinking of was Briar, but the difference between BitChat and Briar is that with BitChat you can BitChat random people nearby, and with Briar you have to first mutually add each other before you can talk. And but Briar also works over Bluetooth. I see Tux just left. My bad.
Yeah, Briar's Android only. I do
that too.
I do use
Android and
Meshtastic.
desktop.
I use Meshtastic.
Yeah, Meshtastic is another great one, but you need to also carry a radio. But yeah. The thing with Meshtastic though is that even though you're using shortwave radio, you still need to connect to the radio, which is usually over Bluetooth, I believe. So you still have to use Bluetooth.
You're not using shortwave radio. You're using UHF. It's 800 megahertz in the UK, like in the Europe, and it's 915 megahertz in places like the US. It's UHF.
Okay, but my point still stands because you're still using Bluetooth.
Yeah, that's true. You do need to connect to the radio with your phone via Bluetooth. Unless you plug it in via USB to your phone, you can do that too.
I guess. But I'm pretty sure the radio then tries to charge off your phone, which is not fun.
I don't know.
I think...
But apparently you can do USB serial, so you could plug it directly into your phone and use it that way. I wouldn't want to do that. I think that would be a terrible user experience. You can.
Yeah, I have 3 of the radios in a drawer somewhere, but I don't really have a use case for them at the moment.
I'm kind of curious to hear what the audience thinks about there being a parallel XMRChat. Or I mean the XMR Bazaar, so Anon Bazaar.
I think I want to see the actual XMR Bazaar gain. I don't think it's necessarily a good idea to divide our forces, but then again, it's not quite the same as a coin, so I guess it's good.
Yeah, I think you'd still like get a split in community, and then it just ends up that both websites will be weaker in terms of users. So
yeah,
I think it'd be better to just stick to XMR Bazaar and then add all the other coins on XMR Bazaar and just keep the name, because I think popularity matters a lot with these websites. Also, I think Anon Bazaar is kind of a meh name because nobody's really anonymous on it, but that's a side tangent.
No, that's actually a great point. That's a total misnomer. Is it a darknet market or is it a clearnet market?
But I guess pseudo Bazaar doesn't really ring off the tongue.
Pseudo Anon Bazaar. Anon Bazaar doesn't really ring off the tongue either. XMR Bazaar is great.
If it was like SUDO instead for like pseudo Bazaar, it kind of has like a funny ring to it.
Nice.
Kinda, yeah.
What about Quasi Bazaar?
I can barely spell a word that has the letter Q in it, so don't leave us illiterate folk out of it. You know what I mean?
I mean, you can be completely anon on both XMR Bazaar and Anon Bazaar.
Well, if you access them via Tor, I presume, and then use Monero.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a dark market, but you can be. You don't have to put your real name on there, right?
Yeah, but the name kind of makes it sound like it is. That's my point.
See, what I like, it really just depends on how well they're linked together, and how seamlessly you can go between one and the other. And I like because I don't know if you guys remember when all of this started, I mean, forever ago now, and you got to admire Doug's ability to plug away at a project until it happens. But like at the very inception of all of this, one of the concepts that people kept introducing was like kind of an almost Fediverse type of thing, where even if one did come under scrutiny, like there's a lot of other things going on. And the idea of like lots of pseudo ClearNet, but privacy currency accepting Craigslist, I guess you could say, it really does grease the skids for making it easy for people to get in and out of privacy currencies without, while still contributing to like a parallel economics. And I love the idea of all of the different user bases of all of the different cryptos being able to list their stuff however they want. The next step would be to find some way to integrate it with liquidity pools. So if somebody finds something that they like on Anon Bazaar, but maybe that user doesn't want to accept Monero, that they can spend their Monero and seamlessly pay the guy in like Zcash, for example. As soon as that exists, and the other thing that I really like about it is, at least as far as I can tell right now, there is no one single privacy crypto that could take on the entirety of, global market. So you really do want a lot of different privacy coins being successful in their own way so they can absorb any large pivots towards privacy cryptos. I would think having a lot of them would improve scalability.
Well, I would argue that about the only one that has a chance of that is Monero.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the reasons why I'm so hardcore on Monero, is because I think that it could absorb a massive exodus from the fiat currency world. But it would be nice to have several cryptos that have a good chance at absorbing a lot of it, and having a way that they're all kind of linked up in this parallel economy.
But here's the issue that, I mean, the big fundamental issue that people are missing over companies, Zcash, for example, or PirateChain, and those are good examples, is that they've inherited a host of issues from Bitcoin, which have nothing to do with privacy. And this is the point that a lot of people miss, is that we think of Monero as just about privacy. Then we miss the point that Monero has addressed the block size scaling issue and security problems of Bitcoin. Whether we like to accept that or not, and a lot of people are and this is a very controversial topic for a lot of Bitcoiners, and even within the Monero community. But the fact of the matter is that without an adaptive block size and without a tail emission, you cannot have mass adoption. Set privacy totally aside. So I've argued, I mean, you could argue for Monero maximalism without any interest in privacy at all, just based on this issue. I mean, you look at the security model of Bitcoin, it's failed. Now, I mean, you can you can analyze the fee structure in Monero. You can analyze why the solution that a lot of the big blockers in Bitcoin proposed with Bitcoin Cash. Bitcoin Cash has an adapted block size, but they don't have a tail emission, and they haven't priced their block size, because if they did price their block size similar to Monero, it would become blatantly obvious that the whole security model is flawed. And this is the question that I think it's a case of Monero maximalism without even looking at privacy. That's my argument here. So I was approached with people from PirateChain, and they wanted to do an adaptive block size. The first question I had for them was, do you have a tail emission? And they said, well, as a community, we're debating this. And I said, when you put a tail emission, I'll help you. Absolutely. But I'm not going to set you up to fail by putting an adaptive block size on a chain that doesn't have a tail emission. And this is the fundamental problem not just Bitcoin, but so does Litecoin has this issue. So does Bitcoin Cash has this issue. So does coins like Dash, although Dash mitigated it in a very big way by really slowing down the block reward. As long as you see Cash has the same problem, they were spammed to oblivion, and there's nothing they can do about it. This has nothing to do with the privacy tech, and it has nothing to do even with the governance issue. It's a fundamental design problem inherited from Bitcoin. And, I don't know what more I can say about this, but that's the reality of the situation.
Yeah, it's true.
It's brutal. And I was listening to Michael Saylor's rant, and it was very interesting because once you there's one key for 2 hours interview. It was a very interesting interview. Once you if you accept the Bitcoin maximalism that Bitcoin is going to go up forever, everything else he said makes total sense, except for this one flaw in the argument. But again, you have this problem. How do you have mass adoption of something? You're going to have this growth of a new technology if you limit how many people can use it. And if you constrain it that way and then say, well, we've got this great technology, but nobody can use it. Well, what's the point? This is so basic, and yet it's completely ignored in the Bitcoin community. And that's one of the main issues that I see. And I went to Hamburg to the 39C3, and I gave a presentation there at the decentral cluster on the very issue of the security of Bitcoin and of the fee issue of Bitcoin. There were Bitcoiners said they accepted kind of what I was saying in some ways, and says, look, this thing has a security problem. And you can predict what the security problem is even there. And then I remember talking to one fellow in there, and I had a euro cent in my hand. And I said, well, if you assume the price of Bitcoin stays constant in euros, and you pick a really small copper coin, smaller than a US cent, and says, this would be the value of the block reward of Bitcoin eventually. All you have to assume is that the price is constant in euros. And it's a powerful message, but it's this ticking time bomb and denial around it. And if you look at the fee and reward, of course, the fee and reward of Bitcoin right now is plunging. In fact, it's very relatively cheap to transact on the Bitcoin blockchain right now, precisely because nobody's using it. And then you have this idea, we're going to go more and more into these treasury companies, like prime example being Strategy, and of course, but a whole bunch of other ones. So you fiscalize everything. So your security model is based on a non-existent cypherpunk market that's heavily limited with engaging in transactional fees. The whole thing is literally primed for a collapse. So anybody just sits back and looks at the whole thing objectively. So I don't know what to say about this. Without that security issue addressed, and without the scaling issue addressed, basically about the only thing that's viable right now is Monero. And that's the bottom line.
Actually, I have a question for you, Arctic.
Yes.
It's semi-related to the scaling. I saw recently in Bitcoin there was this new project called Cashew, which is like Xiaomi and eCash tied to Bitcoin. I know that doesn't, I'm guessing that doesn't really solve the scaling problem, but I'm wondering how you would think about this being applied to Monero as an optional thing to use at events or stuff like that.
Well, there's different places for layer 2s. And I am not necessarily opposed to layer 2s at all. In fact, you could design a Lightning type network on top of Monero very effectively, actually have it work. Because you're not relying on replacing a broken layer 1. And these kind of things can legitimately have a very useful on top of a viable layer 1 such as Monero. And in fact, it will be possible, more likely, with the advent of zero-knowledge proofs and after full-chain membership proofs. So definitely there's a role for layer 2s in general in Monero. Absolutely there is. They're just not a replacement for layer 1.
Yeah, no, of course not. No.
Yeah, and this is where Bitcoin gets into trouble. So yeah, you can do stuff like that. Another people discuss the idea of GNU Taylor as the second
Taylor on
layer.
Bitcoin?
Taylor on Monero.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
an interesting thing about that is that is an application where you have a symmetric privacy. So you want, for example, to have a situation where a newspaper, a journalist was a great example, they're totally public about what they do, but their readers want to be private. So that's an application for something like that. It's very effective. So, I mean, there's all sorts of things you can do on layer 2s. But they're not a replacement for layer 1. And that's the point. That's the point that has been missed.
Yeah. I didn't think it was at all, because that's just not how it works with layers. You know, layers that you stack on top of other layers cannot really be faster than the bottom layer.
Well, they're a pendant for security. I mean, the issue with, but it can't. What they can do is something like Lightning Network is a good example. Is it can leverage the layer 1 and certain applications. And I think I'm not a big believer in this routing idea on Lightning Network, but I think a very strong argument for payment channels between, for example, a merchant and a consumer.
I was going to say, wasn't Greece an idea for a layer 2, but on Monero
Greece
that would
was
just
a lightning,
but wouldn't use routing. It would only use between the merchant and the seller, or the merchant and the buyer, or whatever.
Yeah, but you need routing. The reason they need routing in Lightning is because the layer 1 is broken, so they're trying to replace the layer 1. The basic idea of a payment channel structure on top of between a seller and buyer makes a lot of sense and avoids also a lot of the compliance issues, because now you've got the integral exception in the United States, for example. So that addresses a lot of those problems. So you can do that. But where Lightning gets into trouble is that it's dependent on the security of the layer 1, number 1, and the functionality of the layer 1 in order to provide security to the Lightning. So then they did all this routing channels, and then you're getting into money transmission, actually, when you start routing from across Lightning.
Is there much of a difference between Lightning payment channels and something like Xiaomi and eCash? Because Cashew itself is not supposed to be a Lightning implementation, but rather from the website, an eCash implementation based on David Wagner's variant of Xiaomi binding, which I don't know a whole lot about, but I thought maybe you did.
Well, I haven't really looked into that one to be able to intelligently comment on it.
Fair enough. You might find it interesting, though.
Yeah,
I've heard a little bit about it, and I might be getting this mixed up slightly with Fedimint, but I believe they're intertwined.
It's similar to Fedimint, but it's a different project, yeah.
Okay, because I was thinking that the Mint would issue you these eCash tokens or whatever.
Yes, that's how Cashew works as well, yeah.
And that doesn't seem like a good idea to me, at least, because then you're getting third parties with basically Bitcoin banks or whatever.
Yeah, you do get the custody problem. That's why I thought maybe
that's a great idea. Not.
Well, I was thinking it would maybe be applicable to like events or something like.
This is where I think we have to be a bit more realistic about. I mean, you give a very simple custodial solution, which actually can be effective, and that's a Starbucks card. Now, what happens there is that you're trusting the merchant, basically. But you can fund this thing with everything, not just as a layer 2, not just you can do it. We can fund it with Monero, you can fund it with Bitcoin, You can fund it with your credit card. You can fund it with cash. And you can even intermingle the two. So what does it do? Well, it does provide certain benefits in the sense that you limit the number of transactions on all the respective layer ones. And the classic example is if you're using a credit card, for example, the chain basically only has to pay one credit card transaction fee, etc., 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 and you get all of these transactions. So they save the base fee on the credit card. Well, they can, by the time you've got 10 cups of coffee, you can get one for free, and just on the 20 or 30 cents per cup of coffee that you save on the credit card transaction fees. So now what you're doing is you're doing a customer reward program on the back of the credit card industry by limiting the number of transactions. It's a simple example. But so there's a lot of places for semi-custodial and custodial solutions on a small scale on top of a peer-to-peer decentralized currency. Because you're mitigating the risk. Or, for example, let's say you want to prepay for value for viewing websites. And you have like a micropayments on some centralized ledger where you put $10 in and you get a tenth of a cent per view or something like that. So these are the kind of things that can work very well as second layers. So I'm not necessarily, it's a bad thing that you can have a centralized or semi-centralized or semi-custodial second layer. There's a place for these things. And also the amounts are de minimis, and you avoid a lot of the compliance issues. If you're dealing with prepaid value, for example, in small amounts, well, you don't have a compliance issue around KYC and anti-money laundering and all this kind of stuff. At least in most jurisdictions.
Yeah, I trust Starbucks, so I go fund a Starbucks gift card with Monero, and that's Monero second layer.
Yeah, it is. But it's a perfect example. I mean, but it's a simple example. But that's what I'm saying. That the second layers are a legitimate and can be done in many cases custodially or semi-custodially with way less risk, and they serve a valuable and useful purpose. But they're not a replacement for the layer one, and that's the point that I have to come back to.
Yeah. I don't think anybody in Monero is really arguing for that anyway.
I think people, but there may be the odd exception. Shall we say that?
Okay.
It's never 100%.
No, that's true. I haven't come across it myself, but as for Bitcoin, I don't think anybody is like actually seriously using it as a payment solution. I think it's just a lot of talking to try and get the price up, and that's all they're really interested in nowadays.
I will admit to have used Bitcoin as a payment solution within the last 2 months.
That's fair.
And I was basically liquidating some Bitcoin Lightning into Monero in order to make a payment with Monero because I didn't that I had in my phone wallet. So I did go through this process, and I did go with on-chain transactions in Bitcoin. They were surprisingly cheap, about something like about 30 cents US.
Oh.
Because if you look at the broad formula, like as 1 Satoshi to 3 Satoshis per byte. I mean, the Bitcoin, if you go into bidding for charts and look at the fee and reward of Monero and Bitcoin, it's plunging. It's way below that of Monero. And because the blocks is significant space in the blocks in Bitcoin right now. And so, okay, I can liquidate this Lightning that I had, and I needed to make a payment in Monero. And I said, I'll just liquidate this Lightning. And then I had to find a place where I could swap it from Monero. It turns out the Cake Wallet did it very well. But
there's a couple of blocks in Bitcoin that barely even had any transactions in them just now.
The whole market of Bitcoin is moved. Everybody's given up on layer one of Bitcoin because everybody's basically speculating on custodial ledgers.
Right.
I mean, if what you're doing is you're speculating on the shares of strategy, which you could trade Bitcoin very effectively just by doing that, depending on how much risk or leverage you want, you can tune different shares of strategy to do that. Or if you're speculating on ETFs, or even just within custodial accounts on an exchange, There's a lot. I mean, there's so much commerce going on centralized ledgers where Bitcoin is not on layer 1, essentially layer 2, because the biggest layer 2 to Bitcoin today is centralized banking and exchanges, which is essentially centralized banking and then custodial treasury companies.
There's almost a litmus test on that too. If the hyper financialization of a crypto happens faster than the adoption of the crypto, it's almost like a sign that that crypto has cancer. You know what I mean? Like the more complexity that is used to speculate, gamble, and transact a crypto that is outside of its like kind of encoded attempt at becoming a currency, the more it becomes like bankertized. And if that speed outpaces its adoption, it's kind of like the death of that crypto. And that seems to be a pattern that's holding really well. Like you can tell that a shitcoin is a pump and dump scheme because it gets like super hyper financialized before anybody even knows what it's supposed to do.
Well, I would add one thing to that. The cancer is terminal. If the security model,
yeah, for real,
the cancer is terminal. If the security model of the cryptocurrency is dependent on a non-existent cypherpunk market. Now, what am I talking about here?
It also seemed, and this is just me kind of like prognosticating with no charts or anything, but it does feel like you set like a way more stable floor if your adoption is outpacing your financialization. And all of the cryptos that have use cases seem to have these much more stable floors. And then these like hyper financialized meme coins, and Bitcoin seems to kind of evade it for the most part, but like all of these other just speculative assets, you can always see them do that, like, you know, moon boy hyper financialization, and everybody's just, they have no concept of what the crypto was even supposed to do or like why anyone would want to hold it. It's just all gambling.
Well, I mean, this is really interesting because I've sort of got to mention a couple of actually there's 3 upcoming talks and panels that are going to be involved with. In one of them is at Monerotopia, where there's the blockchain surveillance, which is another big cancer on Bitcoin. That's what I'll be talking about. And at the Crypto Vigilante, I'm going to be talking about this very issue that you mentioned of the fundamental value of a cryptocurrency. And this is, I mean, I spoke about this a few years back at Monerotopia, and this is kind of an updated version of this. But the whole concept of a cryptocurrency does have a fundamental value, but it's based upon the removal of friction in commerce. So if you think about money, you got to think of it, what does money do? It removes friction on commerce. And so therefore it becomes saleable. You can go into a lot of the basics even before Mises on this. And this applies both to Austrian and Keynesian economics, or what I call hyper-Austrian economics, which is in fact currencies that have a lower inflation growth in the money supply than gold, therefore are deflationary. Of course, Monero and Bitcoin are examples of that. But you have to have you create a fundamental value just by the nature that you remove these frictions. So for example, the absence of privacy and the absence of fungibility is a cost, it's a friction. So we want to think of privacy not as an asset that has value, but rather the absence of privacy has a cost. If I'm going to run a risk of being falsely accused of a crime I have nothing to do with, just by spending a cryptocurrency, which you can easily happen on Bitcoin, by the way, and then get thrown in jail for 7 years, which is possible. That's a risk. That's a cost risk. It's a friction that you eliminate with Monero, for example. But it's also sorts of other frictions. So this elimination of friction gives a fundamental value because you're sort of reducing cost, transactional cost of commerce, which in turn gives a value to the cryptocurrency. So you can argue very much for a base valuation. This is exactly sort of the intuitive response, where that on the basis of its use as peer-to-peer cash. In fact, that's the only way you can argue that a cryptocurrency actually has value.
What goes hand in hand with that too is the price discovery element of the crypto, because they grow together, right? So when you remove the friction, it helps you find a better price discovery. And when the crypto becomes better at price discovery, it retains more value. And then as it's retaining more value, it further reduces the overhead on transactions. And I think that's why a lot of us, probably 4 or 5 years ago now, we're pounding the table on like the decentralized exchange world. For one, it needed to include more individuals that were less tech savvy. But the other thing is they needed to be large enough to have an effect on price discovery, and it would thereby further lower the barriers to entry and reduce the friction.
I would actually argue that the key element for decentralized commerce is actually peer-to-peer transactions for commercial reasons, not for trading with other cryptocurrencies or with fiat currencies. You could basically support this entirely on a centralized exchange model. The argument that I would make is the importance of the peer-to-peer cash, the cash-like market with Monero. That is what gives it value. It's not that you're trading for speculative reasons. Yes, you can create an economy out of that. But it's primarily that you're using it to purchase goods or services in a more efficient way than your alternatives. That is what fundamentally gives value to a form of money.
You also almost need there has to be that element of people who are dabbling in the decentralized marketplaces just for the purpose of like using it for arbitrage. So in other words, if the peer-to-peer market is having trouble getting into something that the market demands, and those people are using decentralized exchanges to capitalize on any arbitrage, it keeps the price discovery correct. But you really only need so many people to do that.
You need liquidity.
Here is like the backbone of it all, no doubt.
Speaking of decentralized exchanges, in case you guys weren't aware, ReToSwap now has an Android app that you can use standalone on your phone. So if you need to go do a face-to-face cash transaction, you can absolutely do that with the ReToSwap mobile app now.
It's also kind of buggy as shit, by the way. But
my point is, it's not really critical that the trading with fiat be decentralized. It can be, and in fact, but we need good liquidity across all. We need the price discovery. So you're still going to have people going to have to be arbitraging between the decentralized and the centralized exchanges. The fundamental value does not arise from trading. It arises from the purchase of goods and services that are unrelated to trading Monero per se. The trading and price discovery is very important to ensure liquidity, but that can happen in decentralized, centralized, or some combination of the two. But the key decentralized activity, in my view, is the actual purchase of goods and services. What has happened with Bitcoin, and this is why, and that's not stable. You can do the same thing on a DEX, on a decentralized exchange. If all people are doing is speculating on the cryptocurrency, and they're not really using it to purchase goods and services on their own, then ultimately that's going to fail. So whether you do it on a centralized exchange or whether you do it on a decentralized exchange, it doesn't change the fundamental element. It has to be used as money for the purchase of goods and services. It has to have a functionality and a savings and cost in a non-speculative transaction.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, and that's my key point. I mean, so you could, in principle, have a totally decentralized peer-to-peer market and be totally working on centralized exchanges for trading into. Ultimately, if you're trading into banks, you're going to have to be trading through a centralized exchange, and that's where most of the fiat money is right now. So my argument here is that what's critical from a decentralized perspective is the peer-to-peer goods and services market. That's the essence that gives it value. And what's happened with Bitcoin is that it's become just a speculative vehicle, in the case of Bitcoin, primarily on centralized exchanges.
I think that kind of plays back into all the more reason why I'm all about the idea of the Anon Bazaar thing. Because I think it like further opens up the free flow of the privacy elements of these things. And what, as Doug was saying, let the chips fall where they may. If people are only willing to accept Monero, but other people want to use other cryptos, if you have a smooth transition from one to the other, the price discovery mechanisms will take care of themselves.
So yeah, so do most people here? They'd rather have privacy coins just get added to XMR Bazaar itself? Because I was hearing
I think
otherwise.
that's a better idea purely for the marketability of the name. Because if you have Anon Bazaar and XMR Bazaar, it's like, oh, which one do I use? Why don't I just use XMR Bazaar and then use?
Well, they're both tied in, right? So if you're on XMR Bazaar and you go on a listing, and that person has also decided to accept Firo, there's then a link that says you could pay with Firo here, and then it links you to Anon Bazaar.
Okay, never mind. No,
so they are seamlessly linked in that way. I mean, they're all the same database, all the same users. It's just basically one filters out.
The messenger is not the same. The messenger is not the same though. I logged in with my account on Anon Bazaar, and I clicked on the messenger, and it asked me to generate a new set of private keys for Anon Bazaar, and I couldn't put in my XMR Bazaar private key.
It didn't allow you to do that?
No, it wanted me to generate a new key.
Okay, that might just be a mistake. We have to fix that. I mean, the troll box is even the same.
Yeah, like I was able to log in with my account. Like I logged in with Aurora General Store, and on XMR Bazaar, I can click on Messenger. And before, like the first time I did it, it obviously came up and asked me to put in my key, and I did that, and then I can read my messages. But on Anon Bazaar, when I logged in, I clicked on the Messenger, and I got a thing to generate a new private key. And it's like, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, no, it should also allow you to add your existing key.
Okay, yeah, it did not do that.
Let me, I'll look into. I mean, if the community wants us, rather that we just add all the coins to XMR, but honestly, that was the direction I wanted to go in, but I was pushed in this other direction.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense for the XMR purists.
Yeah, I mean, I was, if I would have went the other direction, I'm sure everyone would be like, "Whoa, what are you doing?"
I hate Zcash, me.
Where the best place to figure out the answer to that would be at Monerotopia. I think that your best bet is to get a solid poll going from people at Monerotopia, because they're going to be like more active participants in the space. And probably a lot of the people who helped make this happen in one form or another are going to be there. I think, if you do it on a platform like Monerotopia, the show, or if you do it on a platform like just talking to random people who may or may not have different levels of involvement in such a project, it's not going to give you the same quality of feedback as you're going to get from the actual conference.
I may just be a crazy person, but I'm still of the opinion that you should remove all fiat currencies from XMR Bazaar and only let things be priced in silver, gold, Monero, and whatever.
I'm sure there will be a day, bro, but it's probably too soon.
We're not there yet. Drunk Dial is saying, tip to 0.001 XMR. If anybody wants to rebrand Anon Bazaar, I might know the person who just bought the domains, the milkroad.shop, the milkroad.store. Best place to buy gray market items like raw milk or incandescent light bulbs. Nice.
Incandescent light bulbs.
Dude, that's a way bigger deal than you would realize.
No, I know, but I just didn't expect it.
I am one of the people who is a halogen and incandescent bulb dealer, and it's for reasons that have a lot to do with like optical physics and like health and quality of life, and it's such a huge deal. And
I take it you don't ship to the Netherlands.
What's that?
I take it you don't ship to the Netherlands because I could use a bunch.
The demand here by itself is already absolutely ridiculous. Like.
But the demand for incandescent light bulbs in a cold climate, basically the advantages of LEDs are gone.
The hardest part about it is, I mean, we could probably be making a lot more than we actually are, but I always reserve them for people with like actual health conditions that require such a thing. But there are a lot of people that are, I mean, to put it bluntly, like they're seriously effed from the switch to LED everything.
Yeah.
And there's a meme at this point in Alaska because, you know, it's like always dark in the winter. It's like this never ending rate. Actually, it's really bad in like a lot of places in Canada too. So I'm sure Arctic Mind could attest to the fact that like it's this never ending race to have more candle power on your LED light bars everywhere that you go.
But it's also, it's one of the issues with sub LEDs is the light spectrum. If you make it warmer, you drop it down. I mean, I actually have an LED light in my apartment that I can switch from a warm to a bright. And I don't like the bright at all, but the warm is very similar to an incandescent. So one of the issues is with a lot of LEDs is what is the actual light power that the distribution you're putting out. If you've got the 500 Kelvin, 5,000 Kelvin light level, which is kind of blue light, that is very different from having a much 2,600 Kelvin or something, much warmer light. And that's the issue that a lot of people have with respect to LEDs, is that a lot of the LEDs are effectively like a lot of fluorescence. It may be good for certain applications, but particularly in a home environment, you want a much warmer light. And the application, and you can sell it, you can produce LEDs with that kind of light distribution. That's not the issue. The issue is that you have the warmer light. Now, incandescents, by their very nature, always have the warmer light. And in cold climates, you don't get, and if you're using them indoors, you don't get realistically any of the benefits of LEDs. So if you're selling incandescents in Alaska, chances are that the benefits of LEDs are gone unless you're putting them outside. And so in lots of parts of Canada.
There's a whole nother layer to it too. I mean, I realize this is anecdotal, but I think I have a large enough sample size to speak on it like with confidence, and the science would back me up on this. Like kids under the age of 10, none of them can see in the dark anymore, like at all. And whenever you see them like fire up their tablet for, you know, like parent tranquilization techniques or whatever, it's so blinding that like across the room, I can feel the room get darker because my eyes have to adjust to this one source of like really nasty blue light. But my kids see in the dark amazingly well because they're not constantly exposed to this stuff. But like the glasses just keep getting thicker, right? Like children's glasses just keep getting thicker and thicker and thicker, and their attention spans are just degrading. And it is so obvious to me that these things are just destroying brains all around the world. But one of the reasons why we switched is because we have a particularly photosensitive individual in our house. And so we had to make like a full pivot, like all in commitment. And the thing is it has changed my life. It's like I have, you know, an older truck with the old school light bulbs, and it's like super dim like it used to be. And then a lot of people.
You mean incandescent light bulbs on the truck?
Yeah, it's and
I know what you mean.
when you're driving down the road and you're, because anywhere in Alaska you're like almost always alone unless it's like kind of peak travel times or whatever. You're driving down the road and you can see the dark spots still. So like you can see a moose off in the ditch, even though the lights aren't like directly pointed at it, because your periphery in the dark is still intact. But then the minute that, like, I mean, they can be like 2 miles away, but if, people driving with their light bars or whatever, everything that's not in the immediate field of view of your own headlights just immediately goes black.
Oh, it's a very good point.
Yeah,
but again,
as let's say you're like rounding a corner and their lights are so bright and your lights are really dark, they don't, turn it off, for a given point in time. You can tell that neither party can see each other very well at all, and it becomes a struggle to figure out like where the line in the road for both directions of travel could be and so on. But to make it worse, a lot of these people, they're using like the bright LED bulbs, and then they're also like checking their phone, so they're like, hey, I just got a message or I just got an email, and they look down to look at it quick, and then their eyes have to go back up to adjust. And what I've noticed, especially since I ride with a lot of people for, work and other reasons, including like training or whatever. But if somebody in the dark, which it's dark a lot up here right now, if they look down at their phone to confirm, and by the way, like in trucking, they make you, like you have to have a ELD system, they're called, so electronic logging device. You have to have a device. It has to be a screen within your field of vision. And if it sends you any kind of notification, you just get immediately saturated by this blue light, and then your eyes have to adjust. And so what ends up happening is then they keep raising like the brightness of these light bars, like higher.
That is awful.
Yeah. And the thing is like, I am thoroughly convinced at this point, especially watching so many people, that this is like a serious hazard.
No, I can see why. But again, the fundamental issue with blue light is that it's a frequency spectrum of the light. And this is a problem. I mean, you can mitigate it in a lot of ways. I mean, you can mitigate it with something as simple of the type, for example, on a laptop, of the type of background paper that you put in place. I'll tell you an interesting story about this, because when I was at the CCC and I didn't have a lot of Monero swag, and I said, well, I'm just going to use the Monero logo as a background on my laptop. Well, lo and behold, because of the color distribution, it kind of addressed this problem of you don't have a bright, because it's like a red with the black and the reddish color of the Monero logo. It actually is a lot easier on your eyes as a background on your laptop.
I've been doing this for years. I love the color scheme of Monero for that reason. It's like perfectly tuned for warm light.
And so I was suddenly finding out that, hey, I've got this really great background now. And originally I was basically sitting at the chat. So, well, just a way of promoting Monero. And then I said, well, this is easy. I'll just do this. And then I suddenly realized, wait a minute, this is way more easier on my eyes. And of course, there are other things you can do, such as black backgrounds, which is well known on your laptop, for example. You can change to dark black, which is a lot easier on your eyes with the white background. There's a lot of things you can do. And the same thing on a phone. To mitigate
it surprises me how many people use like white themes and light themes on their phone and then up the brightness to like max.
Oh God, no!
It's really bad. And so
especially since it's an OLED screen, like just use a black background. That's what it's for. Sorry.
Use a black background. Go with warm colors. Stay away from the bright blues and the bright white. And that's even a question for websites and for web design. I used to work about 10 years ago, actually more like 20 years ago now. I was working on employment counseling, and I had some people that were blind or legally blind, but they could see a little. And one of the first things you do when you're working with people that have impaired vision is you go away from these white black on white, and you switch the color scheme. So you go white on black. Makes it way easier for them to see.
We have a comment in the chat for, what is this called? The hosting, the streaming service, StreamYard. It's from Drunk
Get rid of the white background.
So Drunk Dial Me says, I've restarted my onboarding contests focusing on expanding Argentina's parallel Monero economy. 0.1 XMR for the first 10 shops onboarded in either Buenos Aires, Mendoza, Cordoba. Yeah, and grand prize for the best video is 1 XMR.
Now, there is a case where the local currency historically has had nothing but trouble as far as debasement.
It's been interesting to watch the whole Mexico and Argentina saga politically when it comes to like their currencies and stuff for the last, I mean, basically 6 years now. Just watching like maybe this is kind of a reductionist thing, but it's like, it's almost like the people are almost there, you know, like they're starting to understand how they're getting screwed in mass, and they're like so close to just being like, let's move on, this isn't working. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of like if you've ever sat at a table as an anarchist with like somebody really far left or really far right, where it's, so for example, you know, like the right, where the big government is evil, and you're like, yeah, we need to stop giving them so much power, yeah, and everybody should have the same rights, yeah, and then they're like, and so let's give like a monopoly of violence to the police and start shelling out money for like corporate bailouts, and you're like, no, you're almost,
wait a minute.
It's like the same thing with Argentina, where they're like, we need to stop this big government and yeah, we need to do something about our currency, yeah, so let's become Zogbots and unite with the American imperialists. And I'm like, no, you're almost there.
I as somebody who's actually visited a fascist country in my youth, I have to comment on that. There's a very important distinction between being a libertarian and being a fascist. And a lot of people need to wake up to that fact. And in the United States, a lot of what's happening is fascism.
That breaks my heart how duped like a lot of these people are, where it's just like, I mean, this dude just like kidnapped a foreign leader, and it's like, that's a really good one. Want to be these guys?
It's like Looney Tunes almost.
I mean, some of the things, but this idea that, you know, people have to be showing their papers all the time.
Before we get into politics, I real quick just wanted to make a small suggestion to XMR Bazaar still, if Doug is still around. I don't know if he is, though.
Well, I'd say suggest it and he'll hear it eventually.
Maybe. Because I heard the Fediverse mentioned earlier, and I was thinking it might be an idea to link like comments and listings to ActivityPub so that it's published to the Fediverse to maybe increase like exposure to XMR Bazaar. It might be an idea.
So much of this is going to depend on the quality of the API that comes out. I mean, it's if you give.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, ActivityPub is not related to that specifically.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, though, if you have an API that's like well developed enough, people can integrate all kinds of stuff into whatever project, and you know, it would go a long way.
But the thing about ActivityPub is that it's kind of like the other way around. You instead of people having to hook into XMR Bazaar hooks into Fediverse as like an extra thing, and listings are published as Fediverse posts, so that you can subscribe to them from, I don't know, whichever Fediverse instance you're on. It's kind of like email, like you're sending out emails of listings, except it's Fediverse.
Hey, one other thing too, guys. I while we were on the stream here, I made a little meme. I posted.
Yeah, I saw it.
Feel free to check it out and give me some licks. Give me a lick.
I clicked on the save thing, and now it's on my computer, and it'll go to
you guys were talking earlier about the Argentinian and Mexican currencies and how they've been so bad, and it's like I've sat here and watched the U.S. dollar currency for the last 3 years since 2022, and back then I had to spend 1.5 Monero per month just to buy groceries. Now it's 0.2. You talk about a massive devaluation just in frickin' 3 years in the U.S.
Yeah, but what's happening here? Is the U.S. dollar going down or Monero going up?
The U.S. dollar.
The answer is yes.
I think it's both. I mean,
Yep.
I mean, we're dealing with Monero is, by its very nature, a deflationary currency. As you increase, particularly at this stage in development, it is a highly deflationary currency. Because if you increase the size of the Monero economy, the only way you can do that is by drastically causing prices to crash in terms of Monero. I mean, that's just the nature of what it is. Now, once it gets to a point where it stabilizes and is commonly used as a currency, it's a different story. But it's still over because we do have a lower growth in the money supply than gold, slightly lower, but it's still lower than gold. So it has to, over time, be expected to be deflationary. I mean, it's a hyper Austrian currency.
Yeah, we're a whole 1% lower than gold, 1.8 to
0.8. Well, I mean, then you have to factor in this business of lost coins and all that. But the fact of the matter is that we're dealing with what we consider I call them hyper Austrian currencies, because Austrian economics is really the economics of gold. And what we're dealing with Monero is a slightly hyper Austrian currency. And I think we need to be honest about that. Would you want to borrow Monero? No. Absolutely not. It's not designed for that.
Maybe for a couple of months, but nothing longer than.
No, I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. You could get stung so badly, it's not even funny.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, just watch what just happened. And all it takes, for example, and I'll be blunt about this, it takes less than a second for a judge to wield a gavel. And that could send the price of Monero crazy. And I'm talking, for example, Roman Sterlingov's case. A collapse of blockchain surveillance, which it likely will happen because it's based on completely unfounded premise, could send the price of Monero flying. You owe Monero, you have a problem.
Yeah, if you are going to borrow Monero, make sure it's a very, very small amount and for very short duration.
Well, I don't know. I mean, for how long? It was a very small amount. Something is, if you look at the price chart, I mean, I remember when one Monero was about 21 cents US. And because I was buying it at the time. And this is in the fall of in the winter of 2014, 2015. And within 3 years, it had hit to 500 US. Forget about even the slow decline of the US dollar. We're dealing here with a 2,000-fold increase, deflation, over a period of 3 years. I mean, it's not something that you want to be borrowing. And that's as simple as that. And Bitcoin, for one point, maybe you could do it now with Bitcoin and be less of a risk. But definitely with Monero, right now, I would consider incredibly dangerous to go out and borrow Monero. That's my personal opinion. I'm not trying to be, but I wouldn't touch any kind of debt denominated in XMR with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, I agree.
100%.
It's just dangerous. I mean, it's just.
I think the time for like interest-bearing loans for Monero is going to come with the era of smart contracts.
No,
I think
Please
that
stop.
private, like dark market or dark fi, for example, contracts is probably where that's going to happen.
Well, usury is already dark enough. I don't think we need more of it.
No, I don't agree with that, and I'll tell you why. Because fundamentally, it's deflationary, and dark markets, and in particular, tend to be at the cutting edge of things. So I don't see that happening. Fundamentally, Monero is a deflationary currency, which is dangerous to borrow at the best of time. I mean, you have built-in usury. That's the way you got to look at it. And at this stage of development, particularly if it's growing, the economy is incredibly dangerous. So this is one area where this is why a lot of people think that a currency like Monero will replace the US dollar, and I disagree. I don't think it can. I think it can complement it very well, because what it does well is what the dollar does badly, and vice versa. But would I want to have a house mortgage in Monero? No. I want something that's going to slowly depreciate in value like a fiat currency, if I'm the borrower. That's just me.
I'm kind of looking at it like it wouldn't take the form of the way that the fiat banking does it. I think it's going to take the form of the way that gold used to do it, where people are going to have to bet that the increase in the value of providing such liquidity is going to be greater than the appreciation of the Monero price. And I think that you're going to find that people are pricing money more accurately when they have so much more to lose. I mean, if you think about what heavily weights the borrowing economy right now is, for one, people are forced into speculating because they have to beat the depreciation of the dollar as a savings vehicle. But then the other thing is the people who are best positioned to borrow, the people next to the money printers, they have all of these stopgaps on like crazy losses. I mean, everything from like FDIC to repo windows and all of this other stuff. They have financialized schemes undreamed of where they're directly linked to the money cocaine. And with Monero, you would find yourself in a situation where people are going to have to be much more certain of themselves that they expect to gain value from something like that. Go ahead.
Sorry, I would argue that with something like Monero, you need to have negative interest rates.
And
to compensate, even after it reaches stability, to compensate for the deflation.
You're going to see people betting in a lot of very bizarre ways. But that's kind of the beauty of the freedom that such an ecosystem would offer, is if somebody is betting that Monero is going to go down relative to certain kinds of assets, I mean, that's a bet. But without that security blanket, that safety net underneath it, I think that you're going to find it becomes more of like, I guess you could say, a skills-based investor game, where you would have to actually know your market, and it would have to be a safe bet, and there'd have to be mechanisms that you can trust the person is spending it on what they say they're going to spend it on, and so on. I think it adds a layer of honesty, but I also think that the industry and the entire crypto economy is far from mature enough to even support something like this, and that's why I said I really think that it's going to come along with the era of private smart contracts, because as soon as you have those mechanisms that allow you to have more guarantees that things are being done, Matteo, if you guys know who Matteo is, he did a whole a video on like the capital financing markets for small businesses using things like Xano. And I think that it's an excellent window into where I genuinely believe the market. I don't necessarily think it's going to happen exactly like that, but I think he's definitely onto something where this is probably going to be the future of like crypto investment strategies. People are going to start integrating smart contracts as an enforcement mechanism, and I think Monero is going to play a huge role in that, because Monero is the actual liquid cash to be able to buy and sell, whatever your supply is, or what, and then the smart contracts will be the enforcement vehicle.
Well, Well, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I'm simply saying that my point is that it's fundamentally deflationary. The Monero is by its very nature fundamentally deflation.
Yeah, and money is supposed to be like. I mean,
now one could argue what it. I mean, that's what I'm saying. So it's fundamentally deflation. So one has to look at it from the perspective. If you happen to be, it favors cash. It favors paying in cash. It does not favor borrowing. And I would argue very much that a borrowing in Monero would have to have some kind of negative interest rate. So you'd have to be programming a smart contract where that loan doesn't get repaid. The amount that gets repaid is less than some kind of demurrage with respect to the loan, which would actually compensate for the increase in the purchasing power of that loan over and above. Otherwise, you're going to have very, very, very bad usury.
I think that's part of the reason why the bubble. I'm not saying that bubbles can't exist, but I'm saying the price of money equation right now in the world of finance and markets and so on is so inverted from that which is actually natural, the implied scarcity of a thing. Well, money kind of flips that on its head, where the price of money, the floor is trying to beat inflation. So in other words, like right now, the way that we do economics globally is you're racing against the price of the actual money you're holding. And so it leans more heavily towards speculate on something. There's kind of this popular video making the rounds, which people who are in this space have known literally forever. But it's like one of those lifetime investor bros pointing out how like all of the gains in the S&P 500 are almost perfectly correlated to the depreciation of the various currencies, especially the dollar. And so in other words, it's not so much that you've gained anything, it's that you've managed to store your wealth in assets that hold their value the vast majority of the time.
Which
so it pressures
the dollar is not for a long-term period of time. It's not a good store of value. We all know that.
But the thing is in a let's just imagine a Monero based economy, which I think a lot of us are here because we think that may be the direction that it goes. But in a Monero based economy, the price of money is actually its incentive structures line up with the way the world actually works in like a asset sense. So assets hold their value from either their ability to produce or their scarcity, just generally. And Monero also its value is established first by its ability to enter the market and its scarcity. And so now you have depreciating assets are going to carry a much higher borrowing carry cost. So for example, I mean, people have figured out that I'm like kind of from the trucking industry. You're going to both value the reliability of borrowing to somebody who, let's say, wants to buy a truck. Okay, number one, can you verify that you have the work to produce value with that truck? What is the value proposition on the earning potential of that truck? And then you're going to have to balance that against the rapid depreciation of a truck. And so in other words, the formula for the value of the money itself is more grounded in reality versus right now, the way the economy is if you're a bank and you have a bunch of depositors and you have this government backstop and so on, your incentive is to borrow as much money as humanly possible just to beat inflation. So it's like somebody wants to buy a truck. You almost don't care whether or not that truck has work because it's like, well, the money is depreciating so fast. I better just start borrowing money.
Well,
and with Monero,
that depend on the interest rate that you pay on the loan?
Yeah, but with Monero, is the price of the actual money is valued differently than.
Well, yeah, no, it's inflationary.
Yeah, so you're going to find, in my opinion, that, and I really don't think that we're there yet, but I think it's almost an inevitability, and of course I could be wrong, but I think as real stores of value continue to evolve, and I would put Monero into that category, and a lot of people are making a pivot back to gold. I mean, we now have a world where there's interest in yield-bearing gold investments.
But why? See, this is the point that I think people are translating something. Yield-bearing gold investments means essentially usury at its most basic level. One of the things that I think people sort of get a bit confused about usury, and it's kind of an interesting topic, even from a Christian perspective, is the fact that when you look at the biblical history, it is primarily economics of gold, or commodities that are essentially keeping their value. They're not going up and they're not going down. So then the usury rate the interest rate is the difference up or down. Now, if you have an asset that is depreciating, such as say a US dollar, then you want to have an interest rate to balance that out that is roughly equivalent to the depreciation of the asset. Then you put your risk premium on top of that, on the loan. If you have an asset, on the other hand, that is appreciating over time, like Monero, then you're going to have to need a negative interest rate on the currency itself.
Well, there's one key thing that I would point out, though, which is, number one, it's not baked into accepting the money. So what I mean by that is, if you want to be paid for your labor in dollars, your investment of your labor is immediately a depreciating asset. If you're paid for labor in Monero, at least hypothetically based on the tokenomics of Monero, what's baked into it is it should appreciate over time. So you're kind of flipping the script on, instead of the people being right next to the money printers forcing you into a depreciating savings vehicle, and now you have to.
So why do you have to use dollars as a saving vehicle?
Well, I certainly, I would never use dollars as a safety
vehicle. It's a great borrowing vehicle. Yeah, it's not a savings vehicle.
Yeah, I hope nobody listening to this is using dollars as a savings vehicle, because that would be, you're obviously not listening to the show. But the thing is people who trade their labor for dollars right now, as an example, it is baked into their earning that they are accepting a depreciating asset in exchange for their labor. And the more an economy moves into, once again, like let's say gold or Monero or whatever as their payment vehicle, now their labor is locked up in a, relatively speaking, appreciating asset. And so already you've taken several steps away from usury. Now, I'm not saying you've liberated yourself from usury. However, you have made it a more voluntary situation. And that one difference by itself is massive. And I'll give you a couple of examples. I get a lot of calls from people who have seen the things that I'm into do relatively well. So obviously, I'm very interested in investing in Monero. If you've been investing in Monero recently, you've done pretty well for yourself. And they'll call me and say, hey, what is the likelihood on the effects of the oil industry with this Venezuela thing or whatever? And over again, when I ask them, okay, well, why are you asking this? Well, I have to figure out where to put money from my 401k. These people have been forced into the investment ecosystem because that's part of how people get paid today in the United States. Is if you want to shelter yourself from taxes, you have to use these investment vehicles. If you want to accept any form of wealth for your labor, it's like the default position that you have to at least start by accepting dollars. And by moving away from that, what you've done is you've clawed back value into savings vehicles that are deflationary, or at least pretty close to like an equilibrium. So for example, like gold in theory is kind of inflationary because, you know, there's a lot of it still being mined. It's being
no, I would disagree with that. I actually disagree with that.
Well, I'm not saying that it is an inflationary currency. I'm saying it's it's slightly more, I guess you could say, than Monero on like a percentage.
I would say Monero is deflationary, and I think is I would have pushed back on that point. The thing about gold that a lot of people fail, I think, to recognize is that gold is actually very, very plentiful. What is hard to get your hands on is economic gold. By economic gold is gold that you trade is a concentration high enough that you can move it around. So what happens with gold is that if the economy increases in size, then the price of gold goes up, and then it becomes economically attractive to mine it and pull and inflate the currency, quote unquote, and sort of brings it back down again. So you have this feedback loop. And then when the price of gold goes below the economic growth, then nobody wants to mine anymore. And there's a lag of maybe about a decade or longer. So gold tends to track the price of goods and services over long periods of time very, very well. And my perfect example is the Roman senator's attire will cost roughly 1 ounce of gold. And the U.S. senator attires will be 1 ounce of gold. And that's a ballpark figure, but over that period of time, you get sort of the idea that I'm getting at. So I would not consider gold. Gold is neutral. It's pretty much tracks economic activity. And so it's not an asset that I would consider to be either inflationary or deflationary. Monero falls into the category of something that's deflationary. The US dollar is inflationary to some or lesser degree. The interesting thing about the labor example that I find really fascinating is, okay, so I earn, let's say, $5,000 US. Okay, what am I going to do with those $5,000 US? If I'm spending, say, 80 or 90% of that on goods and services, then all I really care about is the friction cost of the transactional costs, because the amount of time that I'm holding those dollars has very little impact. The inflation is very minimal part of the cost. So if I earn $1 on the first of the month and spend it on the 10th, I'm not going to care what that dollar is worth 100 years from now. I've already spent it. And that's one of the reasons why some of these fiat currencies are very successful. So what I care about is what I'm going to hold on to, and then that I can put into something else, whether it's land, whether it's Monero, whether it's real estate, whether it's some other asset, whether it's gold. So the basic essence of the economy is now what you're getting at is, I think about it, it encourages indebtedness, because then you borrow the dollars and you're subsidizing lending in effect through this deflation. So it's also through inflation. But the natural interest rate, in the case of inflation, it has to be positive. The natural interest rate, if you're deflating the currency, has to be negative. That's what I'm arguing for. So I think that lending in Monero, you have to go back to the idea that you have to be paying a negative interest rate. You can put a risk premium and all these other things on top, but you're still going to have to be looking at, wait a minute, this is just too dangerous to borrow.
Yeah, if you lend Monero, then you're going to get less Monero back than what you lent. So if you lend 20 Monero to somebody, then you're only going to get 18 back. And you just got to know that that's going to be the case.
That's my point. That's exactly my point. And so the question is what it does is it basically what it literally does is discourage consumption, because you're not extracting resources and engaging in all this consumption. So the model of fiat borrowing is essentially one of destroying the environment in some ways, because you're encouraging all this resource extraction to doing all these things. And what using a deflationary currency does is encourage reuse and not throwing stuff away. And
we should tell all the Greens that, because mining is boiling the ocean.
But my argument is, well, that's another big mistake. And I was at the Proof of Work Summit actually in Frankfurt last year on this very topic. And the idea that you can, especially in cold climates, mining cryptocurrency is in fact can be incredibly environmentally efficient, because essentially you heat your house with the heat from mining cryptocurrency. Or you use a lot of surplus energy that otherwise go to waste in solar, for example. I'm in the middle of putting a major solar project on my own home. Well, I got to look at who we're going to sell all this excess electricity to. Is it going to be the utility? Maybe they'll give me a good price. Or is it going to be the Monero network? Maybe the Monero network gives me a better price. So that's essentially the issue. So that's a separate issue entirely. But definitely a deflationary currency does not encourage consumption. It encourages saving. And does not encourage borrowing, which I think is Lascaro's argument, is that you want to actually save money. You want to go away from borrowing into, maybe I'll wait some time and save some money, and then I can buy the item rather than borrowing it.
We got a question for Arctic. Can't governments tax, banks print, use that with cheap electricity and keep BTC mining / security going? Plus a banking wallet where you use BTC, I think he means off-chain for some bank-like privacy and low fees. Centralized terror, but might work.
Well, can the banks, so a couple of things. First of all, is the government going to tax people to subsidize the block reward and mining for Bitcoin? I think that's a stretch. Would the actual holders or exchanges or major players in Bitcoin decide to subsidize the security? Possibly. I think there's a tragedy of the commons issue there if we're not careful, which is why I expect the more likely scenario will be a collapse of the Bitcoin currency, simply because there's no security, as opposed to it being bailed out by the banks or bailed out by the state. So I'm very, very skeptical that you can actually have either the state bailing out the Bitcoin miners or the bank or the large holders of Bitcoin subsidizing the mining to keep their security going. But I mean, it's a really interesting question. I mean, if you've got 670,000 Bitcoin sitting in the strategy treasury, that's not going to generate any fees on chain. So people are just trading the shares. So then a strategy going to say, okay, we're going to basically buy them for free in order to protect our investment. I mean, that's the argument that you could argue. They're effectively a treasury company. And so they have to subsidize the mining in order to keep their asset. Or will they simply sell if they got enough pressure from their preferred shareholders and debt holders and so on, then they're going to say, well, this isn't really working. Because people start selling the shares.
You know, the really fantastic thing is that we see that Monero's security budget model thing already works because we're in tail emission, and yet the hash rate is climbing.
But the hash rate is climbing in Monero for a very simple reason, because the value of Monero is growing, and because there's two things that are basically, there's one thing that primarily is holding Monero back right now, and that's blockchain surveillance, and I stand by this point a long time. It's not even governments, but rather because a lot of governments, what they wanted from the get-go was travel rule, and essentially a KYC AML on crypto assets comparable to that's useful for assets such as cash or gold or other things that are fungible. So the blockchain surveillance industry, starting about 8 years ago, primarily muddied the waters in a big way on this, and they've created this essentially suppression of Monero. And I've taken this point of view that blockchain surveillance has done that, and when that suppression goes, which it will, it's only a matter of time. Then the price of Monero is going to basically go sky high, but we don't know when. I think a lot of what we've seen recently in the markets is an effect of that. I mean, even people are talking about what happened in Dubai. In Dubai, they actually relaxed the rules, and they didn't make it more illegal. They legalized it. This was the exact opposite of what people were saying. And I think the smart money kind of figured that out. So, I mean, Monero is an asset. This is why at this point in time it's heavily suppressed, largely as a result of blockchain surveillance. And the idea that you have to surveil a blockchain to detect criminal activity or address money laundering or terrorism financing, this kind of stuff, which in fact it doesn't work. And once that reality comes through, once people realize that this stuff doesn't really work as this type of surveillance simply doesn't work to address the criminal element or the terrorism element they're trying to address, then of course the shackles that's holding back the Monero will be released. So that's the other element. So yeah, of course the hash rate is going up because the value of the currency is going up in real terms. And that's what should happen. I mean, the hash rate, the cost of the security should track the value of what you're securing. So if Monero suddenly becomes 1,000 times more valuable, then you need to have 1,000 times at least the security. So therefore the hash rate will be 1,000 times higher. It's that simple.
Another thing that I think is kind of cool is it's perpetually adding more people into the liquidity pool, because miners are going to have an incentive at some point to spend into the market. And so it has this beautiful feedback loop of equilibrium, the way that this whole thing is designed. And that's one of the reasons I love it so much.
But I mean, we're dealing with something that is basically going to keep its value or be deflationary in the short to medium term. Yeah, I mean, if you expect that the size of the Monero economy is going to go up, then you want to be holding it. It's highly deflationary. And again, what we got, the kind of financial activity that we saw fairly recently is not trying to catch its breath, is an element of that. So, but I stand by my point of view. I think that falling block reward coins such as Bitcoin, Litecoin, Zcash, etc., they have a fundamental security problem. Bitcoin Cash that they're not going to solve they're not going to grow themselves out of at all. Some people would argue that the big holders are going to support it, maybe, or they might just walk away.
One thing that I think is really interesting is all other things being equal, if you assume that productivity, and not even the growth of productivity, but just production itself, if it maintains a growth rate greater than 1% a year, then Monero continues to be deflationary if user adoption remains the same. So if you have zero additional user adoption, but productivity, not as a percentage of the previous year, but just the amount produced continues to grow by 1%, then you're always going to have a deflationary effect, all other things being equal.
Well, I mean, I think you got to look at what we mean by productivity. I mean, one of the things that is really interesting is that people say, well, you can't have growth in the economy because of finite resource extraction limitations. And what that ignores is that you have knowledge growth, or the economic growth, through more efficient knowledge. A classic example, let's say I want to store a terabyte of data. Well, today I can put it on a small SD card that fits in a phone. Now, let's say I wanted it to do it with punch cards. Well, say the 1950s technology. Well, I would need about 10,000 warehouses full of punch cards. Well, how many trees are I going to cut down to do that? What's the environmental and energy costs? Suddenly the extraction cost becomes insane. So what you've done is you've used knowledge to make it so much more efficient that that creates a productivity growth without a corresponding resource extraction growth. And that's where that value comes from, that economic value. So productivity can keep going up by more than 1%, just simply based on being more efficient or improving knowledge of what you do with things.
Well, one thing that I'd point out is, in theory, resources have become more scarce in perpetuity since the dawn of man, and yet productivity continues its never-ending growth of excellence, or at least as far as we can tell. And one of the reasons for that is, even if one particular resource becomes incredibly scarce, it increases the incentive to find the alternatives. And that's one of the things that we've seen over and over again throughout history, is people constantly finding cheaper and more widely available resources to conduct something that is physical in nature. but then also the growth in the just information technology, just generally, not even computers, but just the way that people interact with each other with information. It's always going to produce more and more efficiency because that's just the nature of the beast. And if we assume that way beyond our lifetimes, this pattern that has never been broken continues to remain true, then it makes a solid case for at least something like Monero, if not Monero, becoming the currency of the future, because it's going to always have a more efficient means by which you can store value.
Well, I would argue that the advantage of Monero primarily is that it reduces a lot of friction in peer-to-peer cash, and that's its fundamental source of value. And that means that you remove, especially for certain types of transactions, you significantly reduce friction in transactional activity and facilitate. Monero Network right now could do settlement in 20 minutes. People freak out. They say this is too long. You want to be able to have instant settlement worldwide. Well, you can't settle worldwide. Visa takes 2 to 4 days minimum to settle a transaction on a worldwide basis. And Monero can do it in 20 minutes or half an hour. That's pretty efficient. And you can cut the costs down drastically. So that's where the gain is in that efficiency of transaction and therefore reduction of friction. If you make it private and fungible.
Also, when people become more comfortable with the reduced counterparty risk.
Well, that's the other one.
Yeah, don't even calculate that right now when they're thinking about like friction, but they're accepting these crazy huge counterparty risks, and they think that they have lower friction. It's like, no, you just didn't get burned, but that friction is there. When you have
it's real. No, it's real, and it also has a cost. My biggest pet peeve. And there's some credit card companies that are cut that out. My biggest pet peeve is when let's say I go to Mexico and I got Canadian dollars, and the spread they charge me between the Mexican peso and the Canadian dollar, that is actually a bigger cost. So whatever the Mexican peso is going to depreciate within the time that I'm in Mexico. In some cases, like the really hyperinflation, so that's become an issue. But you need a lot of inflation to offset these friction costs just in the spreads that you get. And that dynamic, and this is where the credit card industry, for example, they'll charge you 5% hidden spread in exchange rates, for example. Well, all of a sudden, the cryptocurrency comes in, like Monero can come in and beat all of that, just as eliminating these frictions. So that's where the value lies. And then the counterparty risk, of course, is another huge one, which is generally underestimated. And there's also the risk of censorship or false accusations, which is the big one that I see with Bitcoin right now, is that when you spend a Bitcoin and then that money gets spent, you have no control of what that person or persons down the road are going to do with that Bitcoin. Well, what happens is if that falls into the wrong hands and then the taint flows back to you and you're accused of a crime you have nothing to do with. And this is, of course, one of the biggest issues with blockchain surveillance.
And you might be lucky enough that you can pay a merchant in Mexico directly in Monero, and they charge their prices directly in Monero, and then a Monero in Canada is worth the same damn thing that a Monero in Mexico is worth.
Well, it has to be, because it's clear it's settled worldwide.
Then there's no spread whatsoever.
Well, no, you eliminate the spread.
That shit.
Yeah, no, I understand what you said, but even if they charge it in the local currency, what happens is the cost of going from CAD to XMR to MXN is less than the cost of going from CAD to MXN. So you actually save money on the spreads, and that's what I'm saying.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, so so that's where you win, because in that scenario. Now, Monerotopia, held in the middle of a market, it's a really interesting exercise to study what's going on there. I found it fascinating to analyze the whole relationship between the merchants and the visitors and people and the trading, and it's a fascinating topic.
Where I think the next big price breakout for Monero will probably be is if you think of people that have erected these crazy like money barriers. So getting your money out of China, getting your money out of the United States, getting your money out of Russia. Wealthy people, more and more as they feel this squeeze, they're going to realize, like, if I take a small portion of my massive wealth and allocate it into Monero, I have this escape hatch. I'm part of an economy that does not have to suffer these borders. And as the incentive just gets stronger and stronger for anybody who has accumulated wealth to be able to leave with that wealth. And then I think the breaking point will be when the rubber meets the road and all of a sudden all of those governments, I mean, it already happened in China, but like, we are not going to allow you to use this crypto because we don't want your money to leave the country. Well, that's the implicit admission that you can get your money out of that country using that crypto.
Well, so, I mean, the basic issue that happens is if you have exchange controls. I mean, the United States, you can criticize the United States for a lot of things. You cannot criticize them for restricting currency flows. Let's be fair about this. Yes, okay, that's a threat is the case. Fair enough.
There's
the United States has been one country that has actually resisted exchange controls at least more than pretty well any other country. So they've got a real track record for this. And that's the reason why the US dollar is so dominant.
The one place that is not true in the US is with the tax code. Like the idea that if you make money somewhere else, you still have to pay taxes in the US. And I think that pain point is going to rub a lot of people the wrong way, especially with a hyper internationalized fiatized currency, where even in the US is easily like the best place when it comes to being able to get your money in and out of the country, relatively speaking, not so much in like the corporate world or the tax world, but definitely like on an individual basis. But I think even the friction that's generated at the corporate level and at the tax level, there's already maturing this incentive of maybe I'll just put a little bit of my wealth into Monero just in case. And then it'll become a little bit more, and then it'll become a little bit more. And then one of these days, as they start to see the utility of the parallel economy, it makes more sense to allocate an even larger portion. And also there were a lot of people avoiding this ecosystem by using Tether. Well, now with news story after news story, like what we covered in the news segment of this, where Tether is not immune to the US's just like full-blown ban on you even having access to it. Well, now and the guy was talking about the use case for Bitcoin, but honestly, it's like clearly the use case is with Monero. But
I mean, I would argue that Tether's the worst of both worlds. Like I personally, if you
lie that it was that oh, this is the dollar without the chains. It's like no, it's not worse.
No. The issue with stablecoins, and again, it's essentially bank accounts on a blockchain, but they have all sorts of other counterparty risks that you don't have even with the fiat banking system. I mean, Tether supposedly ultimately based upon the US dollar. Well, okay, well, you just hold US dollars, for goodness sakes. I mean, you're going to save yourself a lot more grief just holding US dollars and holding something like Tether. I mean, you have the worst of both worlds if you do that. So I'm not a fan of something like, and it's got a major counterparty problem because they're not backed by US dollars. They're backed by Bitcoin in some more respects and a whole bunch of other things. And they're backed by securities that in many cases have significant credit risk. So you have to, the whole thing is a kind of worms. I mean, if you're gonna hold US dollars, hold US treasuries.
What's really funny about exactly what you're saying too is people will also throw the idea of the auditability of a crypto into the mix. And I mean, people who have studied Monero know that, yes, you can absolutely audit it, or with Bitcoin, it's very easy to audit. Well, the thing is Tether not only can't be audited, but the dollar that supposedly underpins the entire thing also can't be audited. So it's like a double, like you're gasping for air in a vacuum, right? So
yeah, I mean, it's
the Tether or the thing that the Tether is pegged to, and you can't validate that it's even substantially there in the first place. And it is versus with Monero, it's auditable and it's not pegged to something that also isn't auditable.
Well, there's no counterparty risk on the. I mean, there's no counterparty risk because you hold the actual asset, unless of course you put it in some other, in a bank or exchange of some kind, and then they're playing games. That's the big issue. But like my argument about Tether is that that's a disaster waiting to happen. And in particular, it's kind of like it's not regulated, but it is. So you're getting the worst of both worlds. So that's how I see it. Really, with something like Tether. If you want to hold U.S. dollars, hold U.S. Treasuries. That's honestly, seriously. I mean, limiting your risk to the issue of the dollar, which is the U.S. government. Because it's like people who say, "Well, I'm going to trust Facebook, but I'm not going to trust the U.S. government." Hello. Wake up. If you're trusting Facebook, you're trusting the U.S. government.
So since we're at 4.5 hours and there's a whole crew of people trying to figure out when we're going to end the stream, is there anything that anybody wants to add to this stream before we?
Nope, I'm good. Where's Doug?
I'm good.
No, Tux is in the background asking, because he can't even hear us right now, but he can still kind of pilot.
Gotcha.
Okay, so he's having trouble connecting or something.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm wondering if Drunk Dial had anything to say before, because he hopped on and it was like radio silence over there.
Oh, can you guys even hear me?
We can hear you, all right?
Yep.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that I was agreeing with Arctic Mine about the value mainly being driven by its medium of exchange utility, but also that's kind of why I've been pounding on adoption so much for so long, and especially the new Monerotopia app, making liquidity frictionless between digital cash, Monero, and actual physical fiat cash. So I think that's been a huge barrier between adoption, is the anxiety that merchants get when they get Monero. They're like, okay, I see a number on a screen that tells me how much it's worth, but how do I get in and out of it? But that's a huge discussion that we don't really need to get into.
Well, it's an interesting comment. I mean, the fact is that in order to have, you need to be able to get liquidity. I don't know. I mean, I've done peer-to-peer trades in person for cash. I don't know why you need an app for that, though. I mean, I guess just to get a pricing on it.
Well, the Monerotopia app allows people who don't have Monero to take their physical cash and go to the local coffee shop and buy Monero, or the local merchant who accepts Monero to post themselves as someone who is selling.
Okay, so it's basically a
or
market.
buying.
Yeah, so
It's a DEX. It's a DEX, but instead of shitcoins, it's for physical cash. Well, it does both actually, but I don't care about the shitcoin trading feature of it.
Okay, so basically, I can go on the app and find the person who wants to buy or sell Monero in person for
Yes,
cash.
you can.
Correct.
Okay, so that's what it does. Okay, so it's basically a way of, it's a location based then, or what?
You can also find you can also find people who want to buy and sell with online payment methods. But it's just easier.
That's where I get a bit dicey, because most of those online payment methods are iffy.
You can do either, but the main reason for the app is because of the fact that you don't want to carry your desktop to the coffee shop.
Yeah,
no,
so
you don't want to
Havino,
carry you because you have a wallet on the thing?
well, Havino DEX used to just be desktop only, laptop only.
Oh, okay.
But now that the Android app is out, you can walk around and meet people in person and coordinate the trade without lugging your laptop around. We basically got the functionality of local Monero.co back, but it's decentralized now.
Okay, so basically it's a phone version of it. That's all.
I'll tell you this,
Yes.
even if they don't plan on using it, normies love the existence of this thing. And I found that to be absolutely hilarious. I started onboarding a bunch of people, and I would just show them Haveno and Monerotopia. They would never use the app. They would never download it. They'd never make a trade, but just the mere existence of the thing brought them an incredible sense of security to know that there was this ecosystem that would allow them to get in and out, whether or not they were going to use it. because a lot of people, they're interested in getting Monero, holding Monero, and they love like the privacy and security that it offers. And the existence of ReToSwap and Haveno demonstrates to them that there is mechanisms in and out should they decide to change their mind.
Yeah, that's very understandable. I mean, no, that I can see. In fact, it's just one more tool that you can get in and out of the Monero ecosystem.
You know, now that I'm thinking about this, I've onboarded dozens and dozens of people that have asked the question about how to get in and out of Monero, and I've showed them ReToSwap. And I'm pretty positive that precisely 0 of them ever actually used it. They just held the Monero. But they wanted to see that there was a way in and out, and then they never ever used it. And I think the majority of the use case of ReToSwap is people not using it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's no different. You can do it with anything else. I mean, it's no different. People want to know that they have the liquidity.
Yeah,
the ability to do something and not necessarily using it all the time.
I actually got into an exchange back and forth with so I buy honey, eggs, chicken, like, you know, frozen chickens and stuff from a local farmer, and I buy it in Monero. And it just dawned on me. He sent me a message. He's like, so I collected this much Monero from you, in the sense of like, at the time of purchase, it would have been this many dollars. He's actually kept it straight in his head. Really smart guy. He's like, he can remember everything. So he remembers all of the dollar amounts of all of the purchases that I've made, which is, you know, a significant number. And then he pointed out how he collected this much in fiat terms, and now it's appreciated to this much. And it was a screenshot of his Monero.com wallet. And so what that tells me is he actually has never left Monero. He has only hoarded the Monero. But one of the first things he asked me to show him was how he would get out of Monero. And he clearly hasn't, all of the, 2-3 years later or whatever it's been since I've started working with him. But that was one of the cases of he's seeing the gains. And he first asked about how he would leave Monero, and he since that time never actually has.
I think all of us feel that way. I mean, it's a legitimate argument, because what it tells you is that you have liquidity, and that you have the ability to do that if you need to do that.
Actually, another funny story. Actually, some people have met. I know that Tux watched me actually onboard the guy over the internet. There's a gentleman, he like just kept hammering me like, I want to buy some Monero from you. And I was like, well, I don't like to sell my Monero, but I finally sold him some Monero, and it was like a couple of weeks ago before this massive pump. And then he actually offered to give me the difference in all of the gains back in Monero. I was like, well, no, I mean, you earned this, you know, like that's but I just thought it was really funny. Like, the guy felt guilty because I was like, well, I don't really like to sell Monero, and it's probably going to be worth a lot more. And then I finally kind of caved, sold him $1,000 worth of Monero. And then he's like, hey, this went up. Like, should I give you some of this back? And it's just like the total inversion of like all of the rest of the crypto ecosystem, where like they're just like greedily like, I'll sell you some of my gains, or
and it's like, nah, man, that belongs to you now. I sent you that money. It's yours.
I just bought more Monero, like I didn't lose anything, you know.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's that there is. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, well, for a very visceral example of how important it is to have easy, frictionless off ramps to fiat cash. Most of us, I think, were at Monerotopia last year, and when we were leaving, there was practically a panic for the merchants to sell their Monero back to everyone who was leaving. It was like the New York Stock Exchange floor with people waving tickets in the air and people buying and selling. And the fact that they can
so much money on that, man, that was ridiculous. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but they went like way up after that happened. Like my gains were crazy.
Well, yeah, but like you were saying, that security blanket of knowing you can off ramp easily makes people want to hold it more. Yeah. So it actually makes the
But when you're dealing with merchants, they have liquidity issues. I mean, I was approached by merchants from Monerotopia at Acapulco, and they wanted liquidity. And it's because basically what happens is they have a cost to pay. So whatever that retail sale they make, they have all sorts of input costs that they have to pay in MXN or maybe USD, and so they have to deal with that. So that's the argument there. For some of the merchants.
And I don't know if you remember, but everybody that I talked to, like I tried to show them, like, yeah, you can click the all button, and it was 100%. None of them wanted to actually liquidate 100% of their Monero. All of them were just trying to figure out, like, okay, how am I going to cover my costs in pesos for the next X amount of time? I mean, that taco guy was an absolute legend. Like, I even offered him more, and he's like, no, Monero I keep. If people want to pay me in pesos, I'll take it. But Monero, that's my investment. That guy's got to be balling right now, bro. He sold so many tacos.
Well, I mean, if you're selling for both, if you're a merchant and you're selling for both, and you spread, and then you can decide, I'm going to hold on to the stronger currency. Which would be the Monero in this case, and then spend the weaker currency being the Mexican peso. I mean, that just basically makes economic sense. But if they have to meet payments in pesos, so they're going to want to liquidate some of it, and they obviously recognize that there's a market there for people that want to buy, which is going to be gone once those people leave. So that's the factor that you'd see towards the end, where you would see a bunch of people trying to sell. I can see that.
Well, I know Bawdy wants to end the call. I just have one more thing to say about Havino and RitoSwap app. Tux, if you're listening, I think it would be really great if RitoSwap was integrated into Cake Wallet and had a bubble map that showed little price bubbles around you in your city or town, showing what the price of Monero was near you.
Well, that's a very interesting location answer, which is what I was asking about.
All right, so I think it's fair enough. 4:30. We won't keep these guys on any longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Always amazing. And I'm sure everybody already knows how they're definitely going to show up at Monerotopia coming soon.
Yeah, no, I'll be speaking there.
It'll be a month and a half long, and everybody is
coming soon to a Mexico City near you.
Yeah, Monerotopia.com, ladies and gentlemen. Get your tickets now. Book your flights.
So I'll be there.
Oh, and one last thing. I restarted my onboarding contest. Grand prize is 1 XMR. I'll respect it, even though the price doubled since I started the contest a couple weeks ago. So if you're in Argentina, I should be saying this in Spanish, but my Spanish is still kind of weak. I'm trying to get Monero adopted outside of northern Argentina, so Mendoza, Cordova, and Buenos Aires. 1.1 XMR for up to 10 merchants onboarded for the 10 best, and 1 XMR for the grand prize.
Man, that's this guy over here putting his Monero where his mouth is. We owe you a great debt of gratitude, sir.
Okay, I guess I should leave now because everybody is. Oh boy, it's 1:45.
All right, bye guys.
Thanks, God bless you all. Thank you.
Okay, take care. Goodbye.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, Twitch, iTunes, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Don't forget to follow us on X or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.